Started. We'll start today's meeting with a pule being offered by Cora Schneckenberg.
Aloha for this opportunity. Rikako. Oh, Lord. Lord, we just give you our praises and glory this morning. We thank you, Lord, for just bringing everyone here safely. Thank you, Lord, for the meeting that we're about to kuka in, Lord. We ask that you be in the midst of our meeting. We ask that everything that is said is out of love. Lord, as we ask that you be in front, in the middle, around, Lord, this conversation. May you bless all these commissioners and the leaders of our community, Lord, to continue to service your people, Lord. And we give you all praise and thanksgiving, Lord. And please take them back home to the destination and also
Anyone can hear me? Because I don't see the meeting video. Seems like we're in a waiting room.
Hi, Jermaine. This is Bo Kahui. I can hear you, but like you, I have a blank.
Yeah, I don't see the meeting actually.
Yeah. I'm thinking about just reconnecting, but it seems like I show that we are participants of the meeting as a whole. But yeah, I'm not sure if she put us in the waiting room. Are you there?
Yeah, I think we're in a waiting room and getting feedback. So I kind of hearing one echo with you.
I might sign out and then get back in. Cause I'm like you, I don't have any video, I'm not hearing anything, so.
see, I guess we fixed the technical difficulty, and there's our commissioner.
Commissioner Freitas is logged in at, he was actually on at 9:45.
So this one, where's the other one I got?
Oh, this is the order of the day. So we got through this.
We did this
Yeah,
one.
we did this.
Okay, we called the roll.
Yeah, we called the roll, so now it's just
We did.
telling
Okay.
them.
Okay, call to order. The order of the day for our proceedings, we'll start with public testimony, then we'll do item D1. Quite a few people in the J agenda, so we're going to have to make sure everybody complies with the time. Then we'll recess at 12:30 for lunch, and then we'll have a contested case hearing. Should we have any remaining J agendas that had not been able to testify, we'll then take them at that time. Okay? So we'll start with public testimony, Meyer.
Aloha, commissioners, can you hear me? Okay.
Testifying.
Yes, please. Aloha, commissioners. My name is Jermaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. The normal Monday meeting recordings are between 6 and 7 hours long. One record from beginning to end. Yesterday's meeting was sliced into 7 video recordings, same thumbnail, no indication the order of the recordings. Of the 7 videos, 2 were just thumbnails without recording. You sit there and watch 3.5 minutes, nothing, 2.5 minutes, nothing. And the 5 videos are missing many critical parts of yesterday's meeting. Most importantly, it was missing Pule Kako and most of the testimonies from beneficiaries that attended the meeting in person in Molokai. Various agenda presentation, testifiers, commission discussions, and commission votings are also missing. And all of the last 4 agenda items are missing as well. Oahu Commissioner Walter Kaniakua, I asked to have a meeting with you and our other 2 Oahu commissioners. I'm still waiting for your responses. Commissioner Kaniakua, I understand from your comments yesterday that you did a drive-through on Oahu with enforcement team. You made a comment, you felt like taking a shower afterward. I wonder why you felt apathetic and judgmental by what you saw instead of empathy or compassion from knowing the facts and truth about our community and our people or the businesses. You also said you thought enforcement team were short-staffed. Commissioner
Ms. Myers,
Kaniakua,
Myers,
it would,
excuse me.
yes,
Ms. Myers, excuse me.
yes, go
Are you
ahead.
going to testify on agendized items rather than
I-
criticizing our commissioners? Appreciate
Oh,
it.
no.
You stick to the agenda.
I am talking about the
Okay,
agenda
what item are you going to
yesterday's.
testify on?
You're saying that I cannot testify on the entire agenda?
Agendized item. Which item are you going to testify on?
I'm
And you have 3
testifying
minutes.
on what was discussed and missing on the agenda. You know what, Chair Kali, if you wanna muzzle me because you don't wanna hear our testimonies, that's fine. I can go ahead and email it to all the
No, it's Robert's
commissioners.
rules require you not to
I am
attack any of the people on this commission.
No, I'm following Robert's rules. Chair, it's not attacking, it's asking for accountability and asking for transparency. I think there's
Would
a
you like to
difference.
testify on an agenda item? If not,
I
thank
am
you.
talking about, yes, I'm talking about the agenda item that's on. Is there a problem with
Which
the,
item are you
what's
testifying on?
I'm talking about Commissioner Kanekua if he would like to come and
What
do
would
a,
you like to testify on?
you know what, Chair, since you
Which
keep
item would you like
interrupting
to
me,
testify on?
I'll go ahead and stop testifying. Kia Kopu, God bless all of you. You can go ahead and proceed. I don't want to waste your time, Chair.
Okay,
Mahalo.
thank you.
You're
Next
welcome.
person to testify, Blossom Fatera.
Mahalo for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on item D10. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong item. Item C2. Yesterday, Kalaniana Ole Development and Lunula Trust sat before you and made some comments that I found very disturbing regarding the status of the economic status of our kupuna on this island, and the fact that if they make less than so much in income, that they will never be able to own a home. So my experience based on that is when I was working at Hawaiian Community Assets, we were able to apply in programs that actually could help kupuna who made less than 30% of the AMI. They were able to secure a mortgage loan for what they needed. They were able to secure subsidies that helped them buy down that mortgage. And today, kupuna are now living in a home that they have the opportunity now to pass to their successors. To say it unequivocally that kupuna who don't make enough money will never be able to own a home is a false narrative. And I want to make sure that the Commission understands.
I went to the meeting site and I went live stream. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. You have to love and hate technology, especially on Molokai. But I just wanted to make it very clear that the statements made yesterday was not only disturbing to me, but it is an emotional burden that is placed upon our kupuna unnecessarily. The fact of the matter is this: every single beneficiary of this trust deserves a right to choose. They need to have choices available to them, particularly our kupuna. And to unequivocally say you have to have this rental housing program for our kupuna because they'll never be able to own a home. I'm sorry. How many kupuna do you have on Molokai who are beneficiaries? Hundreds of them. And to say that they will never be able to secure a homestead lease takes away not just their ability to fulfill the promise made by Kuhio, but you take away the opportunity for them to establish their legacy here. Okay, we have a homestead on Molokai that's 100 years old. So for you to say that those kupuna will never be able to own a home is definitely wrong. It's very disturbing that you have someone who is coming to the commission and the department to do business with you to have that kind of attitude. Every beneficiary deserves service by the department and this commission, none more than the kupuna here. And so I would ask the commission to take those comments into serious consideration when you're given the opportunity to deliberate in decision-making on whether this particular institution has what it takes to adequately and respectfully serve the kupuna on this island. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I got a couple comments. So, Blossom, I want to say I agree with you. Yesterday I was small kind snapping, so kalamai to those who are on the receiving end of that. But the reason for that is these requests continue to come at us. They continue to come at us, and we have a developer that's entering into communities to give a narrative that serves them and not necessarily our beneficiaries or the legacy of Prince Kuhio. And I agree. Who are we to predetermine the fate of our beneficiaries to say, no way, you're ever going to qualify for one home? I oppose that. And it is becoming frustrating. And now they continue to propose 10 projects across the state of Hawaii. And what we are failing to look at is the Nahasda subsidy just for Waimanalo is $830,000. How are 10 projects across the state of Hawaii sustainable? And where do those funds go? Millions of dollars that can go to a lease.
that can put people in homes. And this is the legacy and the mandate of DHHL, is to give leases, not rentals. So thank you.
You know, when I'm a founder of Hawaiian Community Assets, and one of the reasons that compelled us to start this nonprofit is participating in offerings for Hawaiian homelands and being told by lenders that Hawaiians aren't able to qualify for the loans because they have bad credit. And when we did our research, we realized that Hawaiians in general don't have bad credit. They can't qualify for a mortgage loan. The problem is that they don't qualify for enough of a mortgage loan to buy the house that is on the property. Okay, but finding subsidies and mortgage assistance, there are tons, millions of dollars available across the nation that was brought to Hawaii by us in order to help our people secure their homestead lease. One of the perfect examples is that, I'm not sure if you guys all know this, but the HUD housing voucher that is used to subsidize rental payments you can also use that to purchase your house. It will pay a portion of your mortgage rent. So those families that only make 30% of the AMI actually are qualifying for homes, for homestead leases. I just completed 3 of them on Maui on my own, helping these families walk through the process with the county, and they were able to secure their home. So I'm sorry, but nobody can tell me that our people cannot qualify. And especially, nobody can tell me our kupuna cannot. Okay, they deserve the attention, and they deserve the hand-holding, and they deserve any wraparound service that we can find that can help them. So again, when this entity comes before you for decision-making, please keep these comments in your minds and in consideration when you come and make your decision. Mahalo.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, the next agenda item, D1 HST reports. Juan Garcia.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Juan Garcia. I'm the Administrator for Homestead Services Division. And before you are the following reports for your information only, which includes Exhibit A, Homestead Lease and Application Monthly Activities Report, the Loans Delinquency Report, as well as DHHL guarantees that have been issued with regards to FHA construction loans.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. Any discussion? Any public comment? No? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Juan. What's the next? J agenda.
Nope, one more.
Oh, one more. Oh, okay. Agenda item G4 for information only. Did you want to testify?
Is that our kupuna's been in the hospital long term because no more housing for kupunas. I understand the financial dilemma, but that shouldn't prevent our need on Olukai to not even be explored in whichever way. Sometimes we need to think outside the box, and sometimes we need to make exceptions. The word that I like to use, which Chair used, was giving our people options. Depending on their finances, depending on whatever circumstances our family are faced with, they should be given a choice. Now, what that looks like and however is how we all can collaborate. That was the word yesterday among two entities, was how do we collaborate to make something work? Well, that's what I'm going to pose to you, commissioners, is that when there is a need and it goes somewhat, something about, it goes against some sort of policy or the legacy, I wouldn't say it's totally go against the legacy of our prince. I think there's room in regards to rehabilitation of our kupunas and where they're at today. And so I just wanted to share that if Mike, if you could put that on, because I want to say this. With the plan that was ahead, I am somewhat in support. I would agree with number one, and how this was proposed or brought up to the commissioners was not in the correct process. The process is you need to go through the planning office, and you need to also identify who would be the champion of this project. And this, if I may, I'd like to stand up there real quick, because this is really important. This is Moloka'i's needs. Just a minute.
Or is that the correct one?
No, the one closer, but this would do, this would do, this would do. Yesterday, Dr. Opunui, who is our executive director, and let me excuse myself. I'm Cora Stackenberg. I'm also the chair of Napu'uvai, who is a health system, one of 5 health system. This is where we at here, we're here. And this here is Napu'uvai, which provides primary care. And this is the proposed area. And I really support the proposed area because for several reasons. Our kupuna is not consistent in getting the medical help they need. There are outreach out there to bring them in to better provide their health needs. And it's not just Napu'uvai, there's also many other medical facilities. Now, I do know this, that Molokai need kapuna housing. That is a total need. I support the project with some concerns. If it's about the development trying to monopolize for financial gain, then I have a serious problem with that. But I think the idea is so a great idea. I think we should RFP these projects and open it up.
That I agree is Hawaiians cannot be all things to all socioeconomic challenges. You know, part of homes for every problem that rose up as a result of the fire. And so that connects me to, well, you know, Kalamai, I do have some strong feelings because it feels like for the past 9 months, some of us have been to protest against all of the intent, but at all expense. And so the socioeconomic needs of our people are real. But when you look at Ali'i Trust, the 4 Ali'i Trusts that were established, each one had a specific socioeconomic need. Ours is not one of those Ali'i Trusts. It's primarily to reduce the wait list. That's not the ultimate mandate, but that is the biggest challenge before. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. The next agenda item, G4, for information, Kalaupapa. Andrew.
Item G4 in planning office is just going to give an update on the Kuleana homesteading settlement plan process for the Ualapu'e tract in East Molokai. Next slide. So real quickly, these are the 5 things I'm going to go over with the commission today. The project outreach to date, alternative location analysis that was a result of input we received from project outreach, potential administrative rule change, also related to some of the mana'o we received during the outreach process from the Ahonui Homestead Association for a right of entry permit to Malama Aina, and then next steps. So for those who haven't, in 2019, the department adopted 2019 Ualapu'e Kuleana Homestead Project that was identified by beneficiaries as one of the more pressing needs on the island. Next slide. Since the adoption of the regional plan, this has been the outreach to community, both with our beneficiaries as well as outreach efforts to East and Molokai community, which also consists of Hawaiians, Native Hawaiian families who have lived there for generations. Types of outreach and information gathering from various stakeholder groups. Next slide. Today, specifically on meetings that we held over the last year, since we were last on island in April of 2023 to the present day. So there were 3 starting in 2020, February of 2024 and March of 2024. Next slide. So in July, we had presented a draft settlement plan to the East End Molokai community. And these are some of the feedback that we got from that 4th meeting last July. 2 of the things that are new from what we've heard differently was that some of the feedback that we got was that while folks were had some serious concerns with the existing proposed project area for this new homestead, they did want to support the department's homesteading program and encourage sites for homesteading in East Molokai. The other main feedback that we heard from meeting with the East Molokai community is that they would like the department and to entertain re-looking at its rules for the wait list and to give priority for homesteading to those from East Molokai and also those from Molokai. Next slide. So hearing what folks said about the department should look at alternative locations that may be more conducive for homesteading, we did take some time over the last year to act alternative locations. Alternative Most of the locations were today member these locations. East Molokai it's recommended, but based on all and preference to have an opportunity to live in this area. So, real basically, we had spent a lot of time talking about our analysis and methodology of what we did to analyze these alternative locations. In summary, these are all the characteristics that we looked at. The characteristics on the top, we gave more weight, more than the factors on the bottom. That we went back out to community in February of this year to present our feedback or what the results of our analysis. So we presented characteristics of each of these different tracks. Again, we heard during that small group meeting that people would be more supportive of the department providing homestead opportunities for its beneficiaries if those opportunities went to beneficiaries that have lineal ties or have lived there a long time in East Molokai. And also telling the department that it should relook at its administrative rules for that to occur. There were also input on certain sites were in places known as dark corridors that might not be suitable for relocation, homesteading. These dark corridors contain sensitive native plant species that thrive in these areas where there's lots of shadow and not too much sunshine. The other feedback that we heard was that the department should look at starting small and phase a project incrementally over time. There's some consensus on looking at the lower lots on the Ualupu'e tract that after looking at all the alternatives, the lower lots might be where the department would want to focus its initial efforts in homesteading there. And again, there was expressed concern about the original project location related to flooding, drainage, soil, and erosion, and the need for conservation and mitigation work to steward the land. We went to, after that small group meeting, we had a larger group meeting in March. Once again, the need or the desire to provide homestead opportunities from those from that community, beneficiaries that are from that community, that have lineal ties to that community was expressed loud and clear again, along with the associated administrative rule change. And as you can see, it was a lot of the same feedback that we got from the small group meeting. Additionally, at this meeting, the Ahonui Homestead Association Next slide. So just I want to emphasize this point a little bit more. So benefit the mana'o that brought it would serve their own purposes, but also because they felt that so that then there would be less negative impact associated with population increases that are normally associated with development, and would help those from the community be able to have their own aina that they might not currently have. And I just wanted to point out that this is feedback that we've heard not just on Molokai, but in other places, Hana on Maui, Kenai, Wailua on Maui, King's Landing in Hilo. So there seems to be a collective mana'o from different locations across the Pai'aina that want the department to relook at this type of priority for beneficiary families that are from a particular rural area. So it's not just limited to Maui on this particular project. Next slide. This, however, will require an amendment to the department's administrative rules. There has been prior precedent for this type of prioritization. That precedent for the current administrative rules does give preference to those who have descendancy from Lanai prior to receiving a homestead award. And like I mentioned earlier, beneficiary communities have expressed the same desire to the department. Next slide. I know it's been a while since the department has gone through the rulemaking process, but for those of you on the commission who have not gone through a rulemaking process with the department, this is a basic rulemaking process. It usually takes 18 to 24 months. The first step would be for the department to prepare draft rules. The second step, which involves the commission, would be the commission's approval, start the making process. Preparation. So in the next couple of months to come start the room. And then the second major thing of the community meetings that we had last year is that the Ahonui Homestead Association submitted a land request to the department to steward some of the within the department's inventory as we go through the process. Some we felt that it was an opportunity to build relationships with those Native Hawaiian families in the community, that they can better learn from each other on positive relationships and become okay. Next slide. Yeah, so this is kind of a quick overview of some of the basic next steps. We'll work and we'll have to work with Honolulu Homestead Association on a right of entry. They will hopefully be able to start to conduct alumni work, and we'd to see if we can get good progress on the administrative process and
Testimony from the audience, not,
Aloha, it's my face again. I'm Cora Snackenberg. I'm the former president of Ahanui. And this was in Halo, DHLS and G70. This has been a long haul, a roller coaster ride, and it was a great experience to champion something like this. I do want to say that I appreciate the long story short, I just want to say that it was consideration, the G70, the experts that address all the concerns. It's down to 9. Our rate is down to 9, a revamp of the 30 that was draft. I am still asking for reconsideration that are 30 with the preference of Molokai lineage first and then Molokai. 9, I don't think so. The 9 that is proposed, so my 3 minutes, right, Kigali Street. The community wanted to look at other lands, which they did. What they revisit was those 9 areas are at the flood zone. same as our fire department, they're in the flood zone. So I'm asking for reconsideration. We will continue to collaborate, but we're asking that we move this proposed segment forward. We've gone through 3 years of this, and so I am asking that the commission would reconsider the proposal that we would look at is the 30. I'm gonna have the chair. Well, before I do, I just want to let you know the history. In 2020, you folks had approved this plan that was submitted. And this was revisited in 2005, which DHHL, your project was to put 74 residential in this area. For some reason, money was allocated, but something went happen and it got pushed on the side. Well, your SMS contractor and G70 at that time had preliminary of the grid project for several reasons. One is they could see because subsistence. This was an accelerated program by your folks' program called the Kuleana program. And this is why we went into this, was because your SMS recommendation and also that our people couldn't afford, and it was an accelerated program which put our people on their land quicker. Mahalo.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So, how's it, again, how's it, sorry, not really good at the kind of public speaking, but anyway, yeah. I want to say how's it to the commissioners and chair, yeah, okay. But anyway, so Andrew kind of summarized what I was going to be talking about, especially with the ROE. We feel that I think this ROE would be a good starting point for this project. And, you know, when they said steward, I was like, wow, steward the land. I said, what a perfect word to, you know, and then when I mentioned this to the community, when we had those meetings, you know, they were kind of blown away, like, huh, you guys didn't sign up for the ROE? I said, yeah. And, you know, I know learning all this kind of stuff, but I learned all this kind of stuff. Usually a non-beneficiary kind of goes on to the community land use, but it would be like a perfect opportunity for to try, you know, to experience on those community land use. That's where we're going to start first. And we got a spot that we're going to start if you do give us. But this ROE encompasses the whole wall of pooling. And I'm just thinking, oh, you know, it's on top. I mean, we got to take it on top there so that, you know, but for now, we got to fix up there. We're putting some native plants, got to fix the erosion. I might be getting up there, but just probably being up there on the computer, you just turn them on right there. But up there is pretty steep. And I feel that this RO would be a perfect place to start because it's going to the community, you know, the people of Manai. And so I just want to say that as we hand in our application, that we just consider this really hard to give us this opportunity to steward the land. As a, what are some examples? What they're doing is we're going to be developing with there's a fish pond over there, working on that. Oh, what else? Yeah, that's about it. Like, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any comments or questions, commissioners?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, 5-minute recess, we have to reset. Then we start the agenda, sign
Galileo with money. Showing coincidence. I was like, please.
And hold our breath. Okay, the J agenda, and let me just preface a little comment. We have 18 people. We have 18 people testifying on the J agenda. So I'd really ask you, in order to get and allow everybody to testify, limit yourself to about 10 minutes, no more than 10 minutes, and be respectful of the rest of the people, including staff as well as the commissioners. So appreciate that. Okay, we'll start with Glenn Tevis.
Allow me to speak yesterday about the village of Kalaupapa 4. This now allows me to focus on other aspects of this agreement and the need to help refine our work in progress. The issue of making more than 60% AMI is not well understood. What are the downsides to this? Does your rent increase? What is the purpose of annual financials if this is not a concern? Do they need to identify who is going over in order to maintain a certain percentage of the tenants meeting the 60% AMI? This needs to be explained. The feasibility study, which I think was part of this plan but has not been completed, should be part of the due diligence, usually the first step in any new venture. Kona has a very different economic makeup, where you have a large segment of nearby communities occupied by the ultra-rich with multi-million-dollar estates? What will be the impact of future housing prices nearby? DHHL needs to play a larger role in this community, and you can start by establishing a West Hawaii HHL office at the state office building less than 2 miles away. Starting with an office manager and secretary, this can help to resolve issues between tenants and the developer, and can also assist homesteaders in Kaneohale. I know this was a priority in the department plan and should be established as soon as possible. When you have a new community, there's a steep learning curve in terms of leadership and advocacy. A more organized effort would help the community to come together and prioritize their needs. The HHL can have a role in this, in helping them to organize. I worked on this with the HHL Planning Office when we put together the Agricultural Subsistence Plan and laid out the steps. As I mentioned yesterday, the relationship between the developer and the renter seems strained and could possibly be mediated or facilitated by DHHL. It's unclear why a new agreement is being proposed, but the renters need to understand what changes are made and why, who is providing legal counsel to these families, and what is DHHL's role in this agreement. It's DHHL's land, and they're the ones awarding the homesteaders these rentals and should be part of this agreement. Another concern is the renters can receive a 48-hour notice that the company will be inspecting the homes, and if they're not home, the company will still enter the unit. I brought this to the attention of the last chair, vice chair, and the land management through emails 2 years ago, and they contacted a company that they shouldn't enter if no one is home. Yet in their March 23rd, 2024 PowerPoint presentation, this condition still stands. This needs to be rectified, and they cannot be allowed to enter homes without renters present. This is not Pono. The homes have electrical problems, and it seems the developer under-designed the electrical circuits, and the circuits will trip when certain appliances are turned on. I brought this problem to the attention of one of their employees, and he responded, quote, "They don't want to acknowledge the problem." There needs to be a way to resolve these problems in a timely manner. Now that the issue of a lease under their rental is resolved, this makes them lessees and beneficiaries and afforded the same privileges as other homesteaders, and I'm pleasantly surprised this was accomplished. Now I see this starting to take shape, but efforts need to be put into this model to refine and create best practices because there's still a ways to go. The DHHL model is different from other LIHTC projects in other states. I also checked the HUD website, and the Big Island map is not showing the Kealakehe site as a LIHTC project, and I don't know why. I just want to address a few other issues that should have been brought up yesterday since it relates to Nahasda. There's a lot of concern why DHHL is buying land when they can be building houses on their own lands. One example is backfilling some of the areas such as Holihua. If you took a 35-acre lot, you could make over 60 half-acre lots at a low per unit cost for infrastructure and could tie into existing infrastructure. The lots next to Naikea are half acres and are serving the homesteaders well. I used to be against subdividing lots in Holihua, but I've come to realize that we have to outnumber everyone on this island if we expect to have a say in its future. I just want to leave that thought with you. Lastly, we need to be more aggressive in seeking out water. Homesteaders cannot occupy their land or grow food without water. We should be drilling wells and not asking for permission because it's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. We need to be doing this in Laopua, in Keokea, Puleo Nui, Monokawai, and any other place where we need water. We had to wait 27 years to receive an allotment of water from our 1.09 million gallon reservation in the Kalaupapa aquifer. It took the Water Commission 27 years to approve our request. In the meantime, Molokai Ranch has been taking water without a permit for 27 years. What's wrong with this picture? The million-dollar question is, which is the higher law, the Hawaiian Homes Act or the State Water Code? Seaworm has failed the Hawaiian Homes Act, and we cannot follow their lead anymore. We need to be drilling our wells where we need it. And a good example is Laopua. We cannot be buying land miles away to drill a well and then run the water to Laopua. Should be drilling right under that. Mahalo for the opportunity to provide testimony today, and I look forward to questions and comments.
Commissioner Walker. Glenn, mahalo for your testimony. You covered a lot of topics, and it's always enlightening for me to hear your mana'o. But I want to drill down on La'iopua, because that's something that you continue to bring up, and all of the challenges that come with that situation. So as you seek resolution to La'iopua to create a better life or a better system for the tenants, because they're not even beneficiaries, what is your mana'o on moving forward with more LIHTC projects?
I got one problem with the model. I mean, I have a problem with the model. I mean, I think you can have, even if you have the land under you, you don't own the house. So they're going to move the house when you cannot pay for the house. I think this is an experiment, and unless we have all our ducks lined up, we don't know. This is one unknown. A lot of other things we do are known. We know what's going to happen. You build one house, when family moves in, they're going to work the land, they're going to be able to give the house to the next generation. This issue of giving to the next generation is really important. We have people dying on the wait list, and now their children cannot have a homestead. This is bad. I mean, I know people personally said, oh, my father just died, now I cannot have homestead. So how are we going to fix that? So we got to go with sure models. I have the gut feeling that we helping the governor with his cronies. Okay, Pacific Resource Partnership, Carpenters Union, and everybody. This is like pigs to the slop trough. Everybody gonna be running over here. I know I had one meeting not too long ago about Nahasda. Who was at the meeting? All these developers from out of the woodwork, like cockroaches. So I think we really got to look at this model, and this thing got to be part, and we got to do feasibility studies, and we got to make sure that in 15 years, the families will have the means to buy, and it's set up in a way that they can afford it.
Sure.
Commissioner Hale?
Mahalo, Glenn, for your testimony. I just wanted to hear your perspective in regards to the MIS, and how do you feel about having MIS come under DHHL, and how would you administer the program to our homesteaders?
Okay, I don't think a lot of people realize that the MIS was built for the Hawaiian Homes Act. This was the water source for the Hawaiian Homes Act. There's only 2 sites in Hawaii identified in the Hawaiian Homes Act as water for the Hawaiians. Okay, so that's Waikolu and Waimea on Kauai. That's the only 2 places. In order for them to build the MIS, they had 2 conditions. One is that you give some water to the non-Hawaiians, and you also set aside land for the non-Hawaiians out of the Hawaiian Homes Act, okay? The other condition is that you remove a chapter from the Hawaiian Homes Act that says water free of charge, because they wanted to make sure their loan is repaid. So fast track to today, the loan is paid. We want our rights back. We want our water free of charge back. So you got that issue. So I think we need to really look at, it belongs to us. And the way to do it is to co-manage with the homesteaders, because there's issues that need to be repaired that only the homesteaders can do, such as taking over 1 million pounds of tilapia out of the reservoir. We can use that for fertilizer, we can use that for other stuff. If we no more food, we can eat tilapia, And so there's ways of doing that, but you need the army. 2 guys, 3 guys in Holy War not going to do them, going to be the army. And we did that once before. We went with a canoe and we dragged the nets through there and we took a whole lot of tilapia out of there. And if you don't do that, the water is going to clog up all homesteads. And it's doing it right now. So it's a gold mine. All these years, the MIS has been generating money that is used to maintain the other systems on the other islands. We generate 60% of all revenues from the 5 systems combined: Lalamilo, Hamakua, Waimanalo, and Kahuku, and Molokai. And some years we're generating 250% over the cost of operation. So the system, under the right management, the biggest cost is electricity. You can put a turbine in the line and generate electricity. You can do photovoltaic. You can do a windmill on the hill. There's a lot of options to get that price down. That's the only price you really have. So, yeah, I mean, I think we need to look at that.
Yeah, mahalo for that, Glenn. You know, the bottom line is you've got a lot of homesteaders with 35 acres, 40 acres.
Right.
That's sitting there.
Yeah.
They cannot do any crops or farming because of the cost of the water and the availability of the water. So that's why I brought that up. So
Yeah.
thank you so much.
And I think the other thing too is we got to make sure that Kalaupapa gets some of that water too.
Commissioner Mackay?
Glenn, thank you very much for your testimony.
You
covered. Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Uncle Glenn, thank you for your testimony. You did cover a wide array of topics and it was very informative. I would like to touch on the Laupua issues to the best of my ability right now. From the time I got on as a commissioner, I've been well aware of the issues at Laupua. To tell you I have an answer right now, I'd be lying to you. We are trying to work on figuring that out. We had a LITEC briefing last month, and to listen to the issues at Laupua and try to compare them to what we heard in that briefing, there are major contradictions. So I'll get with staff on how to be in touch with the guys who administer LITEC and how we can find some kind of, or we will find some kind of accountability for 5150 as well as a Kaikohana, because it is not right what our people are going through over there. As far as the water issues, you're right. We are trying to develop more wells. We are trying to acquire more wells in that area, but water is a major issue, especially on that side of the island. You have other developments in that area that are causing problems for us. But Andrew and the rest of the staff is working hard to try to figure that out. But just wanted to touch base with you on that and let you know we'll get with staff and get with the LITEC people and try to figure this thing out for you.
Okay. Yeah, your name is well known in Laupua.
Boy, oh yeah, thanks. I don't know if that's. I've done the Costco in the morning.
Let me just say that we've had some preliminary discussions with the Department of Ag regarding the MIS. We've also had discussions with Molokai Ranch. We're trying to figure out an approach whereby we can take that over, even well 17 we're looking at. And so the timing might be right in a sense that, there are federal funds for these kind of systems. So if we can acquire it and we can do it in a way that, including extending the distribution system, which is also a problem, I think that we might have an opportunity to really get very aggressive and more productive on our lands. Because I think that's part of the problem that, granted, the cost of water is going to be key. So if we're going to address that, we also have to look at, well, how do we use the lands? And that's where I think the input from the community, as well as people like yourself, Glenn, is going to be very, very important. So anyway, I don't know, maybe Dr. Shore, maybe you can just give a little bit of thoughts on this, because this is kind of your area.
I just wanted to add to that, everybody thinks that, we got plenty water. That water in the irrigation system is about enough for about 2,500 acres. Hawaiian Homes has 7,600 acres in Oʻolihua alone. Pala'au is 5,000 acres. Kalamaʻula is 5,000 acres. So you got enough water for what fraction of the land?
Yeah.
So we need to look at options, but value added, there's other things that can create jobs.
Dr. Sure, maybe you can just make a comment on your thoughts on how we can move forward in a more effective way.
Aloha, Commissioners. Uncle Glenn. For the record, Jonathan Lee KK Scheuer for the department. Uncle Glenn is absolutely correct that gaining control of the Molokai irrigation system would be the necessary thing to actually be able to fulfill the agricultural purposes of the agricultural lessees that already exist at Ho'olehua and the future agricultural aspirations of issued lots that are not occupied at Ho'olehua, Naiva, and other places. The questions that we asked of the Molokai, of the Department of Agriculture, as I covered briefly in my presentation last night, when the Department of Ag offered to the DHHL, hey, maybe take over the MIS, we offered them a series of questions about the condition of the system, the operation costs, and other things. And so we will follow up with them to do that. As Chair Watson also mentioned, Molokai Ranch has approached us about possibly taking over the Molokai Mountain water system, a smaller surface water system that could provide additional critical water. One of the ways in which this could be valuable to the overall mission of the department and on Molokai is that we have existing homesteaders right now who use our potable water system for irrigation because they have no other alternative. So that's very expensive for us. It's very constraining for them. If we can get non-potable water to those lessees, that frees up water from our very limited potable water system for additional homestead meters, which we're already short on. Was there anything else you wanted me to address, Chair?
No, that was good. Thank you.
Mahalo
Any
nui.
questions? Not, thank you, both of you. Appreciate it. Okay, the next person on the J agenda, Irene Ahonui and Judy Caparita.
Okay, so sorry, I got shingles.
Just take your time.
Shingles in the muscles. But this morning as I left home, my husband said, "Where are you doing? What's going now?" Because we're over 80s, right? I said, "You know something, buddy? You're not my boss. I only got one boss, that's cool. So when she comes to my house, she toots the horn until I get out."
Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank Jesus for a brand new day.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, but anyway, we just came. This is not to do. I'm the vice president for the I'm the vice president for the Homestead Association of Veterans, and the reason why Auntie and I go out and we go it's because we love our people. And before we leave this earth, we want we earned that center. And when we went in there, we only had one commander, and that was the President of the United States. When we were going to Cuba and stuff like that, we took that flag with us. And before up here, when I was working at OHA, they had the flag up here. What happened? But things changed along the way. But anyway, there's no American flag pole there. And also, and it brought tears to my eyes of all those who gave their life for freedom. No respect to the veterans at all. And then another thing would be, anyway, I just wanted to say that we're supporting the Ahanui Association. And you know, two of us here, guess who went to go get the emergency siren? Was Auntie Judy and I. We went to Congress. I learned something and saw, oh my gosh. But I'm just gonna say it like it is, because I don't know if I'll get up tomorrow. But what I learned is, my papa used to say, Miley, you remember who we are and where we came from. His name was Mitchell Paoli. Take care of our people in righteousness. And that is why I'm here, to carry on his legacy. You know, to do what is right for our people. But let me see. Hey, sorry, I'm loaded up with meds, but I'm here. Yeah, and okay, and you know, people are talking about the Veteran Center up there, but I want to tell you something. Nobody's looking down that long road of a disaster plan. You know what I mean? You got Lonnie Cahill, soup kitchen doing surgeries. We got the vacant area over there in the middle for a tent city. We got a command post right there in a veteran center. We can do surgery or whatever is needed. They talk about the school and stuff. That's not enough. And I'm gonna tell you, Molokai doesn't get a disaster plan. You know, a lot of people, Chair, they're gonna die out Manai, our homesteaders. We don't know, nobody's talking about that. And that is reality, live life first. But no, it seems as though everybody's focused elsewhere, you know, and they love Molokai because we somehow, you know, it gets blown up the wrong way. And it's not how people say it is. Okay? But anyway, I'm getting sleepy, so I'm getting oh.
I thank you, Jesus. You know, my papa said, he said, you wrong, you're wrong. Get back. So, you know what? You can always ask for forgiveness. You can ask for forgiveness. So I'm so free because it's in here.
Yes.
Free to do whatever you think is right. You know, that's why I love people. I love people because my son is a policeman. And then he grew like that with the blue light. And I'm picking up somebody. You know, Jesus told me, go pick him up. So I go around and I pick him up. And then you get the blue light. He said, Mom, what you doing? You know, you're not supposed to do that. I said, you're not my boss. My boss is over there. He said, go turn around, pick him up. So, you gotta give me ticket, get my license.
For real.
You know? Because you gotta do what is right. Never mind about your family. Jesus is gonna take care of you when you leave. That's what I tell him. I get all the time. I'm 83 years old. And I used to run. But you know what? Now I run for the goodness of the Lord. You know, I go in the bushes, the policemen follow me. I know every house, because, brother,
Yes, this is the meeting.
hear me, do what is right. The Lord gonna bless you, not only that, the family too. Yes, so that's why
I need to
so
tell you
happy.
something. Auntie and I was eating lunch under the tree by the Veterans Center, and she grabbed my arm and she said, "Sister," I said, "Yeah." She was, "There's going to be a disaster." And I looked at her and I said, "What?" She said, "It's not going to be by water, it's going to be by fire." And 2 weeks later, that had happened over there. And that's why we're more conscious now of trying to help the people on the shoreline and get our thing together,
Yes.
work together. And you know what? Plan for this disaster that's going to come one day. People don't care. They care about money, money, money. But what about people's lives? What's lives without money? I mean, planning. I was in a service, they had a hurricane. We had to pick up dead bodies because of the people didn't have a plan. And when they came up, they were shooting the cops, they were shooting everybody. And they were sad when they had to call us out to get the bodies. And I'll never forget that, and I don't want to see that on this island. But anyway, thank you so much for
Yes.
listening to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, this is our brother.
Next,
Everybody's our brother and sister.
all right.
I told him I'm more heavy than him.
Mahalo. Okay, the next two people, Walter Rollins and Cynthia Nakihe.
Aloha, Chair Watson, Commissioner Helm, and Commissioners. I'm speaking on behalf of Uncle Walter. My name is Crystal Nakihe. I am the youngest known veteran on Molokai. I just came back from my service in the United States Army, and I was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas, Camp Humphreys, South Korea, and Fort Carson, Colorado. I am a third-generation homesteader. My family is the Nakihe Ohana, who is one of the first families awarded to homestead families in Kalaupapa. I am currently on the DHHL wait list, and not only am I the youngest veteran and the third-generation homesteader, but I am also a board director on the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans organization, under the legal board of which Timmy Meyer is the presiding commander, that Senator Lynn DeCoy informed and reminded all of us yesterday at the commission meeting. Please do not listen to the untrue and bad things that the illegal board is saying, especially pertaining to the IRS and the DCCA, because our legal board has the legal papers and they have been opposing for the past 4 years and the past 4 directors of the board since 2016. One of the things that I am assisting the board with is updating our membership list and reaching out to every veteran and veteran homesteader beneficiary and their families on our present. And as we commit to reach, this list is growing. I am being an example of someone on the board reaching out to me. I represent the next generation beneficiary veterans that is emerging and will be growing in the years to come, as our Molokai Ohana returns, like myself, to raise our families. Having the new center in Ho'olehua, it will help because it is bigger and it will accommodate this growing trend of Hawaiians, beneficiaries who are veterans like myself, who are either moving back home or already live here, that we will provide every need, every service, every help that we all deserve. Mahalo for allowing me to give testimony, and God bless you all.
The next testifiers, Liko Wallace and Hala Pakala.
Aloha, I am Bridget Mowat, for the record, and Liko and Hala are both unable to attend.
Oh, they're on the screen.
Oh, yay! Okay. God, mahalo, Hala.
Okay. Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to be on the J agenda today. Hui ho'okahua, or excuse me, my name is Hala Pakala. I am the president of Kamilolo Oneali'i Homesteaders Association and the secretary of Hui ho'okahua Molokai. Basically, we're just here to introduce ourselves. Yesterday, we were on the agenda. Our item was G3. We did put in, as Hui ho'okahua, application for management of Malama Park. We have agreed to go through the DHHL process and allow 30 days for comments, questions to come about. If anybody does have questions in regard to our interest in Malama Park, they're welcome to contact either myself or Liko Wallace. Pretty much, if you're from Molokai, you know where to find us. And if anybody has any questions right now, I have a few more minutes before I got to get back on the road. Sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Any questions? No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Rano Kamanti.
Sorry, you wanted to public testify, yeah? After J3. Okay.
Okay, come on.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for coming to Molokai and listening to our complaints. Anyway, my name is George Kenya. On January 27th, a special membership meeting was held at our Veterans Center. The members voted to remove the entire board of directors and elect an interim board to oversee the center until a new independent election can be held. Why was this action necessary? On May 15th, 2023, Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans lost its tax exemption status with the IRS. Tim Myers was told several times by membership that we needed to get into compliance with the IRS. Nobody wants to fuck around with the IRS. But anyways, now we are in the process of reinstating our nonprofit status. This includes paying a $600 fine and filing a request to the IRS to reinstate us. In 2017, there was a $54,000 in the bank. By May of 2023, our account had less than $1,000. During this time, they never had a fundraiser. In 2021 and 2022, they didn't apply for the Maui County grant to pay our utilities. Even if we get the grant money back, our savings are gone. We are conducting an internal audit to find out what happened to the money. We are also going to hold fundraisers to help our financial situation. Finally, they have done nothing to maintain the building and commercial kitchen. The filter had never replaced in the ice machine, and it clogged the system. No one has cleaned the exhaust system or stove for years. Vandalism has caused considerable damage to our building. We are in the process of cleaning up the kitchen and should be able to open up soon. We have also installed security cameras and lights to stop the vandalism. In spite of all these problems, Tim Meyer has insisted that NVCV enter in a lease on a building in Ho'olihua without any operating funds. He has refused to bring the lease up for a vote by the membership. We will talk with Hawaiian Homes and work with them to determine how best to use the new building in Ho'olihua. The interim board consists of myself, Commander, Matt Poi Poi, co-commander, Ronald Calventine, secretary, Romero Castillo, treasurer, and John Aki, sergeant of arms. Our job is to make sure the organization created by Larry Helm and Patsy Bird is financially secure and operating in accordance with its mission. We want the next board of directors to take over without dealing with a lot of the problems that we could have been avoided, or that could have been avoided. We are reaching out to all members and the community to help us out. In memory of Larry Helm and Patsy Bird, let's get back to our goal for helping all our veterans. Now, it's a binding contract that we took over the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans Center because of a voting. We went through and got all the members to vote. And talking about getting members to vote, we haven't been given a membership list by the old board. And it's something that should be shared so all veterans can find out what's going on Molokai. And as far as the Ho'olihua Veterans Center, I think it can work out for both the homesteaders and the veterans that lives up in Ho'olihua. But everybody needs to know who's who and how you can vote to get things gone through. And I think it's important that everything done by voting should be in a democratic way. And that's all members of the veterans. So other than that, I think I've said what I wanted to say, and I welcome anything you guys have to say.
Any questions? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next witness or testifier, Laurie Buchanan.
About my own timer. Aloha, honorable commission members, honorable Chair Watson. My name is Laurie Buchanan, born and raised, reside, and hopefully will pass away on the island of Molokai. I had my stuff together before I sat down. But the prior testimony, similar to what was testimony last night from Barbara Kalipi. When our community hurt, we all feel them. And it's really sad, and we can blame that it's 2024. And, people just act different. Like Auntie said, no more respect. Like other people have said, no more respect. We might be old school and OG,
but we still love each other. So I actually here today to talk about West Oahu Funeral Services, a crematory service that my husband and myself have been trying to open on industrial zone lands in Waianae, in partnership or under the Waianae Valley Homestead Association, which would be the lessee. In December of 2022, I believe, at the end of Chair Aila's term, we received the right of entry from this commission. And there's new commissioners here, and Makai on there, thank you. So they weren't a part of it, but the staff, Andrew and his staff did a beneficiary consultation. Following the beneficiary consultation, which I believe went out to over 4,000 beneficiaries in the jurisdiction, this commission voted for the right of entry to do due diligence. Since then, we have been doing, spent money, did what we can. I'm going to recap in 3 minutes or less what has been done. We went in with our own contractor to see about major repairs on the building, which is going to cost money. So none of the project being proposed is we're asking the department for any of the money. I have personally spent hundreds of thousands of dollars already on this project. How did I get that money? Well, like everybody else, I work 9 million jobs. I also mortgaged my house, okay? So we all in. And the reason I stuck and pursued trying to come under the Waianae Homestead Association was that I really wanted the West Oahu Homestead Association, or the people of West Oahu, to benefit not only financially, but to really help the families that really need help when somebody passes away in their family. And the need is great on Oahu. And you will see the numbers when you have your commission meeting next month. So what I've done, because I heard the chair consistently tell me to outreach to the West Oahu community, was I did spend a lot of time on Mokulele, going to Honolulu, and trying to meet with individual people in the only way that I know how to conduct outreach, which was not by SurveyMonkey, and which was not by blasting on social media, which I feel is really not cultural and the way that we want to engage with our Hawaiian people. But we've attended several small gatherings. My daughter has been working. And then finally I said, you know what, we gotta get serious. And I reached out to G70 and I enlisted the help of Kavika McKee and P. Lani and Group 70, because I knew that Group 70 was very familiar with the processes of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And it was so nice that Kavika thought that the project was a worthy project, that he did say that he would help not only myself, but he would help the Waianae Valley Homestead Association. And so I owe them a debt of gratitude for being able to help us. And they will be helping us present the project again when the Waianae Valley Homestead Association comes back to this commission for the long-term general lease. We've already contacted the archaeologists within the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. We've consulted for Section 6E, Chapter 343, and the crematory itself, which had some adverse negative comments by, I would say, by at least one member in the community, was the proximity of the cremation to the Waianae Camp Center. My understanding, the Waianae Camp Center is not a facility that houses patients. It's an emergency service facility, and it has other daytime and not overnight care. But again, the cremation that is proposed is an industrial site next to the sewage treatment plant in Waianae. And so I know we talked about other alternatives, at least the department has, with housing, kupuna housing, and ultimately staff from Nahasda said that they were not interested in funding that type of project so close to a sewage treatment plant. And so we continue to persevere. I believe we are headed, and I don't know if Jan Makepa, the president of Waianae Homestead Association, is on Zoom, but if she is, I welcome her to chime in. But we will be here in front of the commission next month to give you some hard numbers and updates with support from G70. And so with the rest of my time, which is now not working, I wanted to touch on something else dear to my heart on Molokai, and that's Kalaupapa. I was part of the Kalaupapa beneficiary group that Nancy referred to at last night's meeting. And I continue to try to be a part of discussions, which is very difficult. We had a meeting by the Park Service. I wouldn't call it a meeting. I would call it a community, supposed to be a community meeting where the community wasn't invited to speak, but to listen as to what was projects that were occurring in the area. So it was not a 106, it was nothing like that. So I continue to be very disheartened by the lack of real communication between the Park Service and the landowners and beneficiaries of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. So I still want to caution this commission, as I did before a programmatic agreement was signed by the prior chair, that was done without real consultation with this community. And I see that we are very outdated with a and I think if I forgot anything else, I apologize. But I want to say I do support testimony that I've heard by Glenn Teves, also by Blossom, because it's really hard to see my community, and I've lived here all my life. And I was born in controversy. I'm going to die, I think, in controversy. And I hope I can be like Auntie Irene starting today. Well, I don't know if I'm going to wake up tomorrow, so I don't care. I just go sail. Yay. Because that's what we should all be doing, with respect, with respect and out of love. And I highly respect what I heard from Commissioner Awo and my Commissioner Helm. And I fully support their positions and everything that you guys have said. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Chair Watson.
Thank you very much. The next testifier, Rosie Davis. Okay, the next person, Aina Aloha Leone.
Aloha. Oh, aloha. Okay. Aloha mai kako. I would like to introduce the commissioners to my daughter, Wahine Ikapo'o Ka'ohu Akawai o Yawane Carvalho. She is our eldest daughter and the 7th grandchild of my parents. She is here with me today because I find it very important to engage her in community advocacy. Last week, she attended a Hawaii County Council presentation with me at the council chambers. I have asked her today to share her love for King's Landing. She will be sharing in Olelo Hawaii, and I will follow with a translation. Kepika.
Aloha, ena kia aina puna puna. O wahine Carvalho ko inua. Umi o makahiki. Aloha wau I ka hele ana I ka aina o papa. O ia ka aina o aina lani. Noho kako ka hale o ko kupuna kane. A iho I kai o ana puka. E nā ma na kaheka. Ua like koʻu hana ma ana puka me ka hana o koʻu kupuna kane kualua. O Viliama kanaka ole Ioane o wau no ka hanauna ʻelima o ka ʻohana Ioane. Noho ai a kupa I ke alo o ka ʻaina. A kama ʻaina I kona leo. Ma ka ʻaina o ana puka o King's Landing ka waihona a ke aloha. Ke olu na kia ʻaina e ka koʻo I ka noho paʻa ʻana o na ʻohana ʻaina ma ke ʻone hanau. Mahalo nui. No mahalo naʻu. No me haʻahaʻa Wahine Carvalho.
Aloha, Commissioners. My name is Vahine Carvalho. I'm 10 years old. I love going down to Papa's Bay at Ainalani. We stay at Papa's house and go down to the tide pools to fish and admire in her beauty. When I go down to Anapuka King's Landing, I am doing the same things at the same place that my great-great-grandfather, William Kanakaole Ioane, did. I am the 5th generation of Iowanes to love the land of King's Landing, and through this love and reciprocation have become accustomed to her characteristics and cycles. I have come to know what she looks like and smells like. Anapuka King's Landing is a vessel of my love and affection. Please, Commissioners, support the discussion of an administrative route change that supports priority for lineal descents of the Aina. Mahalo with affection, Vahine Carvalho. I would like to thank the Commissioners who will be attending the King's Landing visit on May 19th. We are looking forward to the opportunity to share our ike and love for our One Hanau. The tour will focus on 1, gate security concerns for our beneficiaries of King's Landing and how gate concerns affect the nearby county parks. 2, discuss the convening of the King's Landing PIG Phase 2, specifically the use of undivided interests. 3, providing an opportunity for commissioners to see the Aina of King's Landing, providing context for future King's Landing land settlement decisions. And 4, experience the vision of Kuleana subsistence living as envisioned by founding Maha member Skippy Ioane at his home in Anapuka, King's Landing. I would like to ask that a member of the Land Management Division as well as enforcement attend the King's Landing visit to be available to offer support to commissioners in understanding the history and timeline of our gate security concerns. Mahalo nui, and we the ohana of Maha are eager to see you in May. Aloha.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the next testifiers, Kina Stormer Gibson, Summer Yadao, Chris Jungers, and Sam Wampler.
Aloha, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I have been working with residents of Waipoli Courtyards for over a year. And as everybody knows, there's currently an application for the courtyards to be purchased by Hawaiian Homelands. I believe that it is now in Hawaiian, it's going to HHFDC for further funding. And I just wanted to bring forward the importance of transparency in the public process. I think most of us paid our taxes this month. At least I did. I paid my taxes. Clear with the IRS and clear with state of Hawaii. And because public funds come from all of us, all of our tax money that we put forward for our public goods, it is very important that we know where the money goes, right? It's just fundamental. We have to have trust in our public process. And so what I'm bringing forward today is that in this proposal for Waipoli, I know that there was allocated $2.4 million for the pre-development costs. So at the January 26th meeting, Hawaiian Homes Commission said, yes, let's move forward. Let's have a $1 million purchase price agreement with the developer. And yes, let's put $2.4 million towards pre-development. And for the sake of public confidence, I think it would be good to know those contracts, where the contracts for the 2.4 million have gone. Presumably those contracts went out at January 26th when it was approved. And presumably that work has now happened because the application is now with HHFDC, right? So I think to build public confidence and trust, it would be good to have it be public who was awarded those funds. For example, I know that there was $300,000 of architectural fees. I'm sorry, $198,000. The building is built, it exists, 82 units. I would just like to know who received the contract for the $200,000 of architectural fees, as well as, a noise study, a market study. I'm curious what the market study said, because my understanding is that beneficiaries would be moving into this building. So I would like to see what the market study was going to say about beneficiaries moving in. So I'm hoping that can be made public. The contracts for the 2.4 million of pre-development funds that were expended in the last 2 months. So that would be I think it would really help to build trust in this process. Thank you. So I don't know if there's any questions about that, or when that would be made public, I guess is my hope.
Real quick, I would agree that we should have access to that information, and it should be made public. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Look forward to that. Who's next?
Any of the others wanted to testify? No.
Go ahead. Yep.
Hi, my name is Sam Wampler, and I'm a resident at the Courtyards at Waipoli, and I've lived there for about 4 years now. And shortly after I moved in, I started looking for a place to live in the surrounding area to kind of have a more permanent place to stay while I was living in Kauai. I have 2 dogs, and they are of a pit bull breed. That makes it hard for me to kind of move into a place because pit bulls are kind of considered just a more rambunctious kind of breed. So moving out of the apartment has become very difficult for me, which is why I brought up yesterday about the relocation plan on where would you put us, and when are we going to hear about that? So for the past 3 years, I have been looking for something, but have been denied everywhere I've looked and offered and applied. And it's as much as difficult it is for me to look for a place, I can only imagine a relocation plan would be just as difficult. I also recently became a single parent with my son, and doing that, it's kind of like now I have this extra kind of thing. And I know that there's a lot of people within that complex that have very similar stories of difficulty in continuing, like paying bills and keeping up with rent and such things like that. Once the co-op actually had come and approached me, it sounded like a really great idea to being able to have a purchase to this, the ability to purchase this apartment instead of renting. Everybody, I'm sure, would rather own than rent, no matter where you're living at. So I kind of come here today as kind of a case to say it's just like there are so many different aspects that everybody's an individual and has individual problems, and the the idea of relocating every single person is going to be difficult in that stance if we plan to relocate all those people and then try to move in with the DHL plan, DHHL plan, after purchasing the property. I also hear on the street that there are a lot of people, benefactors, that don't want to live in an apartment. I can imagine anybody that is like looking and hoping for their land to come to them and be given it to them. They would not really like the idea of accepting an apartment over property. I am a farmer, and I love growing vegetables and food for myself. I love plants in general. And if I had space to do it, I would. But I can imagine, somebody that's their lifestyle. It's not exactly all my lifestyle, but for somebody that is their lifestyle, an apartment is not the place to do it. If you're a fisherman, doing fish in your apartment is not going to be as conducive as having your own land and having, your property smell like fish instead of making the whole apartment complex smell like fish. So I just want to urge the fact that it's a very stressful point for not only just me, but for everybody involved in this kind of relocation, whether you're going to be a benefactor or you're going to be relocated. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any other testimony from either?
I think I'd like to add that one of the key features of this housing co-op is that our vision is to make it Kauai's first local workforce housing co-op. We know that there is a workforce crisis there, and so it's really important that we address that. And that's one of our aims here, is to keep the local workforce there. We know that there's a posting for a bus driver on the Kauai bus system for Sundays, and there's no bus service on Sundays because they have no bus driver. So it's really to that degree, just to kind of illustrate the severity of the problem there. And by forming this co-op, it will really help alleviate that. Keep people in their homes, keep the local workers there working, and keep businesses operating. And so, again, it's not to take away from the aim of DHHL and the beneficiaries at all. It's a whole entire different thing. But also to that, we, believe, from the testimony on January 26th, what was it, 32? Beneficiaries on Kauai were strongly opposed to this idea of living in an apartment, much less a light-tech project, which is, as we all know, it only perpetuates the cycle of poverty. I think that, the beneficiaries deserve more than that. So thank you.
Summer, would you like to say anything?
Hi, yeah. So Maria Dow, Communications Director for Kupono Kaleo Ka'aina. We're a housing advocacy organization. And for a year now, we've been actively engaging with the courtyards at Waipoli residents because Uncle Irvin Contreras was being evicted, and he was taking care of his cousin who was also kupuna. So we got involved to try to save him from being evicted. He unfortunately ended up being houseless for a little bit. He did get into housing, unfortunately, only a few months into being housed. He actually passed away a few weeks ago, but it was stressful for him, he's old, taking care of another kupuna. So thinking about the impacts this is having on not only the residents, but also the beneficiaries who have over and over again stated that they don't want to be in these apartments. They want their aina. So just to remember this, take that in consideration. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Chair, I got one question. It was mentioned the first housing co-op. I think I heard that. What does that actually mean?
So there are actually 3 originally HUD-funded cooperative housing units on Oahu right now, but this would be the very first one on the island of Kauai. Although Kauai is famous for the electrical utility co-op, which was a huge success. But what it means is it's a corporation and they have one blanket mortgage for the entire building. So there's one mortgage for the entire building, which there's a HUD program that funds that specifically. And we qualify for that loan, the 213 loan. And the corporation owns the building and then residents own shares. And a share in the corporation gives you a right of occupancy to your unit. So the main difference, two things, it's limited equity so that you only get 3% increase every year. It never goes on the private market, permanently affordable, permanently stays that way. Also, once the government invests one time, you never have to reinvest because those residents are paying off the blanket mortgage for the whole building, right? And each resident pays their mortgage, and then of course the communal costs for landscaping and, you know, like the HOA kind of fees, right? And what their skin in the game is you have a share loan. And your skin in the game is a credit union often, or a bank gives you a loan for, and we've calculated every person would have to get a $25,000 share loan, but you can just put in $2,500. You put in your $2,500 and you can get that loan from the bank, right? So you get that share loan and that's your skin in the game into the corporation. Right? And then when the main difference too is that when you move or you have to leave for some reason or you don't qualify, you sell your share back to the corporation. They basically give you your share plus whatever your earnings, you know, your 3% of your earnings, you get that back, and then someone off the waiting list or someone else moves in and takes their share in the corporation.
That's really interesting. My next question is, are you engaged in a process to achieve the end goal while we are also in a process of applying for LIHTC funds? So we're in competition.
Essentially, yes, because, you know, this was a plan that we had been working with residents before DHHL had made those plans. And so we told the residents we would stick with it. And we now have a provisional board and an advisory board. And we're about to file as a corporation, 501c3. Right? And so we have organized residents, we have legal support, financial support. We have a team of experts from around the country working with us.
And what is your timeline? Because we have a timeline. What is your timeline to achieve your goal?
Our timeline would be to achieve it within the next, hopefully 6 months, maybe shorter. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next testifier, Lawai Na'ihe.
Aloha. Aloha, commissioners and chairman. Hold on. We got stuff coming up. My name is Hawaiian. I'm the executive director of Kalaupapa Trades Academy and Institute. With me is Kelsey Yeoman. She is our director of our Navahine programs and co-director.
Host, would you like to allow us to share screen so we can show you our slides, much like these that are in attendance in person, or is that not possible?
1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's get this on there. Is that visible to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Turn this over. Technical. Oh. Grab them. The top. There we got them.
Once again, we are Kalaupapa Trades Academy and Institute. We are 501c3 established in 2021. Kalaupapa means to ignite hope. And our goal is to have a standalone trades high school, cultivate Hawaii's workforce. We are seeking a 30-day RFP for some land to locate some land and build our campus on Kauai. We currently have 3 programs. We have a high school program operating in partnership with local charter schools, running our current construction trade programs. We have a 12-week pre-apprentice internship program, and we have a Navahine program. Our programs include, for our participants, our programs include tools, hand tools, OSHA 10 certifications, Chromebook computers, financial and investment literacy training, safety equipment, and uniforms. We also offer paid internships through our pre-apprenticeship programs. Through an economic stability grant from OHA, we can pay, equip, and train Native Hawaiian individuals. We were founded in the summer of 2021. Some of our history is our first class was held through Connections Public Charter School and Kanui Kapono Public Charter Schools on the Big Island and Kauai. We were voted a priority project for the 2022 DHHL Anahola Regional Plan. Our Navahine program, our Navahine 12-week program started in the summer of 2022, and our board of directors established in 2023. The project you see here is an office renovation that our team did for Hawaii Community Assets. This project took us about four months to complete. On this page, we've done some projects. For this top left corner is Kanui Kapono Capital Improvement Plan. To the right of that is our heavy machinery program in Hilo, Connections Public Charter School. The bottom left is our carpentry class at Kanui Kapono Public Charter School. And the bottom right is our Ho'akilopono campus rendering. Some of the completed projects that we've done on Department of Hawaiian Homelands through our partnerships with Aina Alliance, we've done the Kupuna Corner Security Gate, Kanui Kapono Classroom Hale'ulu Vehi, and Kanui Kapono Classroom Special Education Classroom. Next steps for us is identify some property, do the environmental impact survey, go through all the permitting and procurement, fundraising for the build, and phase 1 of our campus build. Thanks to Uncle Dennis and Kaipo for identifying a potential area up in Anahola by the water tank. This is our team going up there and just cleaning up. You know, there's a big problem with dumping and trash and homelessness. So we went in with our team. We took all our machines, started moving out trash, moving out cars. Next step is to get a dumpster over there to start dumping out some of this rubbish and hauling out these cars. What we're looking for is a long-term land lease. You know, obviously we start with whatever the 30-day, 60-day RFPs, work into a longer-term lease, and then, you know, building our campus. And here's some of our partnerships that we work with. If you want to visit our website, you can scan that code there. Stop sharing.
And we are ready for questions.
Yeah, and we are ready for questions if there are any. Can you close this to Candace?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Levaya. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, I'm in total support of your group. Just a little background. You know, Levaya's group has been doing a lot of work in Anahola, helping you know, seniors fix, put in a lot of stuff and he had grant programs to do that. And the good thing about it is he's expanded the program to help out with computer learning, all the different trades. You know, I met with Kaipo and we went up there, looked at a spot and said, hey, yeah, this might be a good spot. And before we knew it, the area was cleaned up. So thank you very much. But yeah, he's really important to the community, and we're looking at his group to help us in our Kuleana area so they can help us build model homes for our Kuleana as long as we get a certified, I think we need a certified, I forget what it is, architect. Once you get architect that's certified through the county and approved by the commission, that really save our Kuleana folks a lot of money by them putting this program together. And the good thing is all these kids are from, they're all of our native Hawaiians, right from Kalaupapa, from the trades area. And I'm really excited about this program. I know Levi pretty well and met a lot of the kids, and they're excited. The biggest thing moving forward is, is trades. We're gonna have a trades program problem. A lot of our senior folks are retiring. And the new kids come in with all these new devices and stuff, and they can do stuff quicker. The old guys don't want to deal with all that techie stuff. But anyway, Levi, thank you for your presentation, and I really support the program. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Yeah, I'd like also to compliment you folks and what you guys do. And thanks for cleaning up that area. We got quite a few areas that need cleaning up, so maybe we're going to identify some more. Proposal, they put something together and present it, and we'll take a look at it and see what we can do.
Right. There's another program that we spoke to Levi about. We have a state program where the state will come out and do cleanups, just a general cleanup of an area that's trash. So Levi is looking towards getting qualified for that as well. So if we have an area and we have plenty of areas on Kauai, and I'm sure we have it on other islands, where he can actually come in and take care of it. The last time we did this, we had to bring in a group from Honolulu, so the cost was a little expensive, so it'll really help out here on Kauai.
What about Camp Andrews site?
Camp Faith?
Or Camp Faith?
Yeah, the Camp Faith. Yeah, we're talking with land management on how we're gonna deal with that, and enforcement on how we're gonna get that. That'll probably be one of the things we'll look at him to clean up, as long as you get a certification.
So you need a sort of like a campus. Is this a living type of dormitory setup, or is just classrooms, or what do you guys propose?
We're gonna do that. We're gonna do a combination of the two. We're a private school, and we want to maintain as a private school. We're in addition to teaching the trades, having a dorm can also teach our students and our participants how to live and manage having workforce, how to live as a workforce on Kauai. So we're focused on building a holistic workforce for Hawaii. But everything that comes with it: financial training, literacy, how to just live on Kauai or in Hawaii in general, as expensive as it is. So those are the things that we are working towards.
I see. Do you folks have a track record where you've set up these kind of campus operations elsewhere?
No, we have not. We just started in 2021. By career, I am a principal. I quit. I resigned from Kanui Kapono in 2021 to start this program because of the need. I saw a lot of our students, native Hawaiian students, dropping out of school. Again, COVID was a crazy time for everyone. So, I saw the need for a trades program. I tried to start it at Kanui Kapono. We ran into a lot of red tape. So I said, you know what, then we'll just do it ourselves. And one thing that's pretty cool about us is that we are also a building program. So we can build and we can generate some funding. I am working right now to become a general contractor. So in addition to being a education administrator, I also am a contractor. So, we're combining the two skills and, working to create, again, the workforce for Hawaii.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to interject. When you say track record, we do have a track record of graduated students and interns, because we did take some students that were in their junior or senior year after COVID, and they have graduated our program. So do we have a track record of being an established school, in place? No, but we do have graduated students and current interns as well.
Now, are you folks certified by the DOE or any entity that is some kind of certificate you issue at the end of the program?
Not yet. So the way that our accreditation works is you have to start your school first, and then you work for your accreditation. You cannot get accredited and then come in. Now, if I was in a partnership with one of the schools, I could come in with their accreditations. But the problem with that, again, is all the red tape that comes along with that. If I wanted to do that, then our school wouldn't be able to go and build homes for Hawaiian, which is our overarching goal, is to, once we get our school established, we can utilize our campus to build homes for Hawaiians.
Okay.
The only certifications that are available are through the technical programs, like the HVAC and electrical programs that we'll offer. There is no restrictions on becoming EPA certified or NATE ready to work. So like the Navahine HVAC program that we currently offer, I am one of the state proctors, so I can certify. I have already, and we have certified multiple Wahine on this island, 12 on this island, one on Oahu, because we can travel and offer the 12-week HVAC training programs to certify them to be ready to work for actually on any island. So that is the current, if you're asking for any recognized certification, we do currently offer that.
Okay, is there a particular age group you folks target?
For our three programs, our high school program is high school age. Our internship program is 17 to 24, and our Navahine is pretty much all of our high school and our internship program.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or?
Just got a quick comment. Thank you very much for your presentation. Love your concepts and what you're going to do in the community. Just as a thought, since you're going to submit a proposal to the department, you might consider addressing how you'll care for people in Hawaiian homes and perhaps even the wait list, if you just address that. Yep. I'd love to see it. I love your concepts. Go forward.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
All right, thank you very much.
Mahalo.
Okay, the next testifiers, Blossom Fatera and Ku Nihipali.
Mr. Chair, in deference to a Molokai resident, I'm giving up my time on the J agenda to Mr. Kunani Nihipali.
Aloha, my name is Kunani Nihipali. To our commissioners, our department head, and all the rest of the staff who's come to Molokai to visit us again for another commission meeting. I believe my last commission meeting was when our commissioner here, Jackie, got appointed, just after that. And as a result of a lot of the historical things that's been taking place, especially with the COVID, a lot of people stopped going to meetings. And then a lot of people not online to be able to catch up. So we've been keeping ourselves busy though, myself, Ipo and I. We live in Ho'olehua, and we lived there for the last 10 years as beneficiaries. My family is from Kalawao originally. Ipo is from Kalamaula. We have, for the last 50 plus years, have been involved with many different aspects of within our community. We've done things politically, economically, socially, and culturally. We've been involved with many different groups. And what we've seen over the years here living on Molokai is a lot of frustration because of the lack of resources to be able to see the improvements that this island really needs. And I believe you all understand that this island was the first experiment by Prince Kuhio to establish the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And it wasn't an easy task for him. And I've done a lot of homework in the historical aspect and trying to understand some of the principles that put together the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act itself from 1921. And in that process, what I've learned is there's been also a lot of studies, surveys, consultations, presentations. And for me, what we've tried to do is to help, after coming to many community meetings, is to try to help our community as well as ourselves to understand how the Department of Hawaiian Homes got initiated after the territorial, from the territorial to statehood. And we understand that Act 334, Section 4 covered the formation of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, Hawaiian Homelands. And my initial understanding in looking at the history is that the commissioners had the power base, and that power base apparently moved during the statehood to a state agency, which is the Hawaiian Homes. And so we kind of get frustrated with the fact that, you know, we're hoping that you folks as our representatives, it's kind of difficult because as the power base once upon a time, now we look at you as being state appointees, and maybe the power has been very limited on your behalf. A lot of it is you take our testimony and you make recommendations, and then it goes back through the department head, and then it has to go through a process of the legislature to approve things. So in saying all of that, I came last night thinking that I was going to just give testimony on an issue that, and I still will, but it was concerning the $600 million. And but I also was happy that I heard a lot of the issues that, like Kalaupapa management, the land exchanges, the different programs that's coming around. But in one of the frustrations is we lots of times get these kinds of meetings, and we only allowed so much time to express lifetimes of eha and kaumaha. And it's difficult to try to wrap that all up. I tried to get with Mike today to give another presentation, but what we've done in our lifetime, Ipo and I, was to involve ourselves in a lot of different community aspects, like I said earlier. And in 2019, just before the COVID, we created a beneficiary initiative. And that initiative was to bring the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations here because they had just created the study or the beautiful pamphlet they made on all of the 125 amendments to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And I felt that was very necessary for our community here to be part of. So Ipo and I took it upon ourselves to try to hold a conference in July 2019. But the disappointing thing is about that is that when we asked the Hawaiian Homes people, the planners, Gigi and Kachola and others, that if we could have them to assist us in trying to get the word out to the community. They looked at us or me, and when I had asked, and basically said, well, that's your initiative. It's not our initiative. And I kind of it took me back, because I felt like as a beneficiary, you as our representatives can help us to get the word out to the community. But that never happened. So we had to reach within our own community and bring the community here. People fed them. Right here, we used the kitchen, but we had OHA to help us and purchase the food. And we fed people for 2 days. And that was we had about 200 people. And they had a better understanding leaving that beneficiary initiative on the Hawaiian Homes on the 125 amendments. And I feel that what we need also is to, in part of your planning, I see a lot of housing, and I heard earlier that the mandate is to put people back in homes, which is fine. But my understanding of the mandate is to rehabilitate Native Hawaiians in all aspects, not just to put them back in homes. We live on an agricultural land. I don't have ag water. So when we talk about the $600 million, and I read this Civil Beat article that basically pointed out statements that was made by our commissioner here and also Kalani Franda. And it basically said that Department of Hawaiian Homes changes $600 million spending plan to prioritize acquired land development, and that the DHHL's oversight body, the Hawaiian Homes Commission, approved revisions to the spending on February 21st to ensure all of the $600 million is set aside. And frustrated, our Molokai Commissioner Zachary stated, this new plan doesn't include projects on Molokai. It's really unfair because every island will be getting funded through Act 279. So how can you leave Molokai out? Kalani Franda stated that the focus is on acquiring new lands with characteristics suitable for residential use closely connected to existing infrastructure. I bring this up because we only looking, it seems, at new infrastructure, new homes. Yet there are existing residential, agriculture, pastoral lands here on Molokai within the DHHL's inventory that needs to be complete. When I start something, I finish it. I don't see that being done or the appropriations to help us, like me, to get my ag water for the last 10 years. I'm paying domestic rates for my water. But that is another story. We need to complete water, roads, utilities, housing, expertise, support. We got pastoral lands next to us and nobody uses the pastoral lands because of maybe the water or because we don't have the experts coming in to help us, like the farmers in America get big tractors and they come in and they plow up the land and they restore the land so that we can put the cattle back on the land or the animals. Or help us with the agriculture aspect to it. Or the climate change issues that I heard earlier, that people are going to have to probably move their homes. Some people have their homes right on the water, so that's an issue that needs to, but how can we keep moving on with other plans and acquisitions and spend a lot of money in buying new land when we got land? Let's just stay here on Molokai because that's where we're at. So let's not forget that the precondition for the Admissions Act was Molokai was the first experiment. We have more Hawaiian, Native Hawaiians, 40% per capita, or 4.6% of Native Hawaiians off of the Maui County population alone. And from what I understand after our commissioner stated what he stated, that 1.5% or $9.5 million was replaced back into the onto the island for the improvements. But if you looked at that 4.6% and do some math there, we got like $27 million that we should get out of the 600 million, which can, I heard earlier, a lot of money going around. And that to me is our fair share of the $600 million. And that to me is going to satisfy a lot of the frustrations you hear from a lot of the people who've come to testimonies. I've been to many testimonies and I've heard the frustrations, and I myself have come to that purpose. But I'm not here to bitch about problems. I try to find solutions. That's why we did the beneficiary initiative to help our people understand the 125 amendments. Right now, what I'm trying to do is create another initiative, and that is, 31 years ago, we were apologized to by the United States of America. In that apology, Section 1, parentheses 4 and 5, they stated that we were promised support from Congress and the President that we would have a reconciliation process under the apology law. And in the apology itself, there were two, in addition to other reports, there were two reports: Mauka Tumakai, Let the River of Justice Flow, and Hawaii at the Crossroads, and the implications of the apology bill or law. Now in there, that gives us, they state that we have an opportunity to, let me see this. In the findings and recommendations, that the Hawaii Advisory Committee concluded that the true reconciliation between Native Hawaiians and the United States can serve as both as a reaffirmation of the democratic ideals upon which America was founded and a worthy example of peaceful dispute resolution. We have a lot of disputes apparently, here in Hawaii. So we should also, on Molokai, we should consider the reconciliation aspect. So what I'm trying to say here is, I've been going out into the community. I have a presentation that I've created with a narrative and visuals, and I tried to get Mike to see if we could get it on screen today, but I think it's a worthy initiative to gain support from the Hawaiian homelands here. I was the project director for Sovereignty Education Committee, director for Sovereign Education, Hui Nawao, in 1993. And we created a sovereignty education program there. And what I'm talking about here is not sovereignty education. I'm talking about economic education. Because our trusts, and I've done a matrix of all the different trusts that we have, from the Hawaiian Homes, based on the Apology Bill, all of the 4 trusts that was indicated earlier, Kamehameha Schools, and we've even gone to workshops in creating one lending institution to try to learn, see if we can create another entity that we can control more of our resources. Now, one of the questions I had asked in the 2019 initiative was, what kind of trust is DHHL? And who are the beneficiaries? Because a lot of us, sometimes we feel like we're not being addressed, we're not being listened to, and the problems keep mounting, and it just keeps going back and forth. So I just want to help us to understand, if you folks can help us to plan a reconciliation program or initiation, so that we can understand not only the history, but how we can find solutions. And in the solutions is how we can find a way in which we might be able to better invest our trust assets, and also the assets of all the other elite trusts. Because we got over $20 billion in trust monies. And if we were to create, one of the things we also formulated, we had a CBDG grant of $100,000 to formulate a Native Hawaiian bank. And the bank, that initiative or that proposal is sitting on a shelf somewhere. And I feel that if we were to create that situation, then maybe we can generate enough monies by creating our own bank. From $1 as a bank operates, you can make $10. So it's harder to try to explain everything here in this 10 minutes. And I have a presentation that if I was able to present to all of you, that would make it an easier, I'm hoping, way for you to understand where I'm coming from. And I hope I'm not sounding like I'm going all over the place. But reconciliation is an important initiative that I think we should look at. It's in the surveys, the findings and recommendations from those reports that was done by the Native Hawaiian Advisory Council that was appointed by the Department of Interior and Department of Justice in 2000 and 2002. I participated in the forum at the East-West Center, even Senate research and other statements that other more noted people than myself. I'm an archivist. I document things, and I try to make sure that when I get up in front of, especially in front of you folks here or any other, just our community, this is not an easy thing for me to do. But we have to challenge this, because our queen said, you cannot fear that you're going to fail. The idea is to get up, stand up, and be heard. And I really appreciate you today for hearing myself. Ipo, you want to say?
Thank you so much for all of you coming over to Molokai. We need a lot of help, but you folks have brought a lot of inspiration. But Kunani lives it, we live it. We're kupuna farmers, yeah. We're in our 70s, so yeah, time is moving on. So, you know, Auntie Irene, Auntie Judy, we don't have that much time, yeah, so every day is a blessing. So mahalo to all of you, bless you all, especially Zach Taylor, with all the work that you've done. We so aloha you. And another thing, we support you, Laurie. Yeah, we have an invention also. Kunai is the only one that in the United States at that time had 2 patents for a steamation, a steamatory instead of cremation. So look us up. We're out there. We have history. We're not just doodling off. We do. We're doers, yeah, whether be workers. So aloha, mahalo, mahalo kia kua no mea pau. Mahalo, aloha.
Yeah, thank you very much. I did want to clarify one of the statements you made regarding what you read in the Civil Beat, regarding the actually 3 projects, was the Naiva and the Ho'olehua scattered lots and the Anahola subsistence ag lots. Those 3 projects were actually put back into the strategic plan, primarily, partly because of additional federal funding that we were successful in obtaining. So just so you know that those 3 projects are moving forward and a part of the 20-something projects that we're doing in the existing strategic plan. Thank you.
I thank you for that, and I just wanted to say that if we can have monies for the existing plans, like myself, who don't have the water, I farm. I welcome you to come to my home and see what we've done over these last 10 years.
Yeah, we're also looking at that too. You know, for Molokai, it's obvious that water is real key. So we have a Dr. Sherrod that's been very active in providing us guidance. We've talked to the various stakeholders that control the water here on Molokai, and we're going to get very aggressive in trying to, I'd say, take it over and, you know, make it really be used and dedicated to, so for the program that it was originally set up for, especially the MIS. So we're excited about that. The timing is right. There are federal funds, so we're going to aggressively pursue that and try to get that going, so we can assist you in your water challenges. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? But again, thank you very much. Okay, the last person before we take the lunch break is DeGray Vanderbilt.
Thank you for moving up so I could make my flight. I appreciate it very much. Aloha, Chair Watson and Commissioners Solo, Commissioner Namuo, Commissioner Kalakini, Commissioner Kaneakua, Commissioner Neves, Commissioner Freitas, Commissioner Marvel, and a special aloha to Molokai's own Commissioner Health. I want to give a special, sincere shout out to Leah and Louise for helping me figure out how to apply for the J agenda. So a bit of background before I highlight a few issues. that I hope the commissioner will try to address in the near future. My name is DeGray Vanderbilt. I'm a member of Ka'ohana Kalaupapa, nonprofit Native Hawaiian organization conceived by patient residents of Kalaupapa and formally founded as a nonprofit in 2003. The Ohana was formed to continue to foster its objectives to ensure that as their numbers grew smaller, their voices will continue to be heard, their rights protected, and the legacy they desire for the future of Kalaupapa will be realized and sustained in perpetuity. I lived on Molokai for 33 years, where I was at one time chairman of the Molokai Planning Commission, was involved in major issues involving island-wide sustainability on many fronts. I'm now living in Maui with my partner, many years, Valerie Munson, and am fully involved with the ongoing efforts to expedite the completion of the Kalaupapa Memorial while some of the few remaining patients being honored by this important commemorative are still alive to witness its unveiling. Often, government agencies forget that Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa is the patient residence organization. The United States Congress passed federal legislation in 2009 authorizing Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa to operate at Kalaupapa. There is no sunset date on that legislation. Ka'ohana is on the same level of hierarchy at Kalaupapa as National Parks and Department of Health and DLNR and DHHL. All of our organizations are special mandates. What is a special mandate? In the general plan for Molokai, the special mandate is defined as requirements specific to a park that must be fulfilled. Mandates can be expressed by enabling legislation and separate legislation following the establishment of a park through mutual and judicial process. Special mandates and administrative commitments can support, in many cases, a network of partnerships to help fulfill the objectives and facilitate working relationships with other organizations. There are essential component in managing and planning Kalaupapa National Historical Park. Having provided a bit of background information, I'm hopeful you will take a look at. I'd like to briefly address a few issues that are currently on the table. One is the status of the house at DHHL assigned to the patient residence organization Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa. Number two is the government agency transition team, which is looking at the plan as who's going to control the operation in certain jurisdictions at Kalaupapa when there's no longer a patient community there. And the third is DHHL's limited meeting at Kalaupapa tomorrow. As far as the House goes, I've attached a copy of an executive order from the Department of Health Director, Dr. Linda Rosen, dated November 18, 2014, assigning the House to Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa, an organization of Kalaupapa residents, the extended Ohana and longtime friends of the Kalaupapa community. The house belonged to Kalaupapa resident Bernard Punikaya, who conceived of Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa organization. This house is on DHH property. At tomorrow's meeting, you'll probably drive by it. It's right next to the bookstore. There have been some recent vacillating by the Department of Health regarding the executive order. Their most recent position is they will honor the executive order as long as they continue administering at Kalaupapa. They have indicated that they will transfer the house to NPS when there's no longer a patient community. Currently, there are 5 residents living at Kalaupapa. The average age is 92. At a recording meeting sponsored by new Land Board Chair Don Chang with NPS's new Superintendent Nancy Holman and members of the Ka'ohana Board, Ms. Holman was asked directly by a Ka'ohana Board member, do you support Ka'ohana having the house in order to not only create the memorial, but to fill the management plan for its management, operation, and maintenance, and also for Ohana to carry out other legitimate business it has. Ms. Holman's response, I am plus or minus on that. Shortly thereafter, Ms. Holman was asked, what is the authority of Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa, which is an organization conceived and fostered by the patient residents of Kalaupapa? Ms. Holman's response, I think that's an interesting question. You don't have formalized authority. Ms. Holman seems to be assuming that the Department of Health leaves Kalaupapa. NPS will be in charge of the house that Ka'ohana currently occupies. However, her assumption is predicated on DHHL allowing the Park Service, a federal agency, to be in charge of the house. Besides the uncertainties Ka'ohana must deal with regarding the future occupancy of the house, there is also a lack of maintenance of the house, and the exterior needs serious painting, windows, and screen replacements. The former DOH administrator at Kalaupapa was going to repaint the house and repair the screens. He even ordered the materials. However, things continue to be delayed for one reason or another. And today, the materials can ordered or nowhere to be found. In addition, Ka'ohana has a lot of materials and equipment associated with the future management operation at Kalawao for the memorial. Residents should have a place to keep garage storage on the cement slab in the pictures below. There is no ground disturbance to build this garage. Residents have been allowed to make improvements and additions to their home without permits or other compliance issues. The house picture below is currently assigned to Ka'ohana, a patient resident organization. We respectfully request the commission to consider assigning the house to Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa for the duration of its management operations at Kalaupapa. B, support a request by Ka'ohana to the Department of Health to repaint the house, and C, repair the windows and screens. The second issue I wanted to talk about was DHHL support for including Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa and a topside Molokai organization, two non-government community organizations, to the current all-government transition team that is determining who will control the jurisdiction and operational issues at Kalaupapa when there is no longer a patient community and the Department of Health leaves Kalaupapa. I will skip over a few pages that gives the background and the fact that Ka'ohana has a congressional mandate to operate at Kalaupapa for a long time. And as far as the background on the transition team, it's been around since 2016. The 2017 foundation statement, which is part of the general management plan, says a transition management plan would be developed in partnership with state agencies and organizations, including the Department of Health, Hawaiian Homes, Department of Land and Natural Resources, Department of Transition, and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs to provide a smooth transition. The plan would define responsibilities of the agency and other partners during the transition, including timelines, address maintenance and other costs related to facilities, utilities, housing, emergency operation, and law enforcement. The transition team was initially selected by NPS and DOH, included only government agencies, the National Park Service, DOH, DLNR, DHHL, and DOT, and the County of Maui. Today, the transition team still includes only government agencies. The Office of Hawaiian Affairs was not invited to participate. As the DHHL staff had previously reported, the transition team has been meeting since 2016. They have had over 30 meetings. The meetings have not been recorded. There are no minutes of most of the meetings. DOH was in charge of running the meetings, but recently turned it over to National Parks because they had a staff shortage. At a recent recorded meeting sponsored by DLNR, new superintendent at Kalaupapa, Nancy Holman, gave the following response to a question regarding why there are no non-government Kalaupapa stakeholders on the transition team. Her response was, quote, "We are not legally able to open the transition team up to non-government stakeholders, but we will, when we can, we will," end quote. She was unable to provide any legal statute supporting her statement. It should be noted that the public law establishing Kalaupapa includes the following statement: reevaluation of policies. When there's no longer a resident patient community at Kalaupapa, the Secretary of the Interior shall reevaluate the policies governing the management, administration, and public use of the park in order to identify any changes, end quote. It should be noted that the public law establishing Kalaupapa can be amended, and in fact, it has been amended. It seems that it's a foregone conclusion by some of the government agencies that the transfer of DOH's powers and duties is destined to only government agencies and likely the Park Service. This is not something that is acceptable to several major non-government stakeholders at Kalaupapa and on topside Molokai. Many homestead beneficiaries are not buying into turning the future of Kalaupapa to the federal government. It should be remembered that the Park Service is not an end-all. At last count, the Park Service had a deferred maintenance total of over $70 million, as well as an estimated cost to implement the general plan of approximately $47 million. This is a total of $117 million, which would be in addition to any costs associated with operations they inherit once Department of Health leaves Kalaupapa. The $117 million is based on figures put out by NPS in the past and is a number that the Park Service has failed to have any meaningful discussions about how they intend to address this daunting issue, especially when the Park Service has no fee income. NPS, DHH, I'll just move on down. The importance of having Ka'uhana o Kalaupapa and a topside community organization on the currently named executive transition team is the fact that, as noted on the chart below, all the transition team members are intended to be directors and deputy directors of government agencies, and they are all new.
Mr. DeGray, can you summarize?
Summarize, okay. And I think the importance of having these two organizations, non-government, they have the institutional knowledge. And this would mean that right now they're planning to send out some comments. They're planning to hire some community engagement specialists to get comments from the community. Those comments would come back to a transition team that has all new people in. And having Ka'uhana and a topside community organization with institutional knowledge would be very helpful to discussion and organizing those comments. And so I've put a list of who the current members are on the thing. And the very last thing I was going to talk about was the limited meeting on April 24th. A lot of people have wondered, why is this a limited meeting? Well, there's a reason, probably because if you held the meeting and there was only a few people, you might get some people suing you or doing something else, but there is a limited meeting law. I'll be down at Kalaupapa on the 24th, and I would certainly like to join in on that meeting. It said that the limited meeting can be held when the public attendance is impractical or dangerous. I'll be down there, so it's not impractical. I'm not dangerous, and I think the dangerous means danger if you're walking around some areas, but I wouldn't be in any more danger than any of you commissioners. And so anyway, I think I could be helpful. And so I put the agenda on there, and I really appreciate you again, Chair Watson, for moving me up on the agenda so I can catch the plane.
Well, I also appreciate all the information you presented, very, very informative. I do think, your participation as a member of the group is warranted, as well as the topside organization. And, we are going to reach out to both, as well as others, to get your input and incorporate into our decision-making or recommendations. There's really no decision-makings at this point. It's really a collection of information, which, you have a lot of historical info that I think would be very, very helpful. So, yeah, as to you attending that, from what the AG is telling, or Deputy AG, there's nothing to preclude you from participating. So maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you, commissioners, for all the work that you do for this community.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DeGray.
Okay, we're gonna.
This is an 82-year-old octogenarian.
There we go.
Okay. So just let me know.
Yeah, and I'm the recess.
Okay, we're gonna take a break for lunch, and then we are gonna have a contested case hearing. Then after that, we will reconvene. I see we have 2, 4, 5 additional people that want to testify on the J agenda. So we'll try to get to all of you, and I guess we're gonna reconvene, 1:45. Okay, thank you very much. meeting, and we're still on the J agenda. The next person, and appreciate you folks waiting. We just got our contested case hearing. But in any event, the next person to testify, Al He.
Oops. Oh.
Lord, Mr. Chair, I'm on. I need Leah to allow me to video. Okay, I'm on.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, Chairman Watson and Commissioners. I think you got my testimony in front of you, and I'll try to be pretty brief about this. I wanted to talk about two things today. One is that you will start getting contacted by some of your beneficiaries because service is being interrupted and we can't get to them as quickly as we used to. We're still meeting our requirements, but prior to this, we would get to them fairly quickly. And, you know, I'm willing to work with the department in seeing this thing turned over, but I can't do it on the J agenda. And so that's all I'm going to say about telecommunications, unless you folks want me to say something else. What I want to talk about is, and what you have in front of you on my testimony, is that License 372 was an experiment in business rehabilitation as called for in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. 372 specifically was not one of the types of licenses that is designated for rehabilitation. However, when it was signed by you, Mr. Chair, it was designated for rehabilitation. But there are sections in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act that call for rehabilitation and through business. So rehabilitation should not be limited or thought of as limited to just home ownership. When the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was passed, there were provisions, and there still are provisions in there that call for rehabilitation through business. Prince Kuhio and the Congress clearly recognized at the time of enacting the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act that rehabilitation has to be more than just home ownership. And it took many, many years and many, many lawsuits before home ownership was actually recognized the way the Commission Act calls for, and in leading up to the 600 million. And I'm hopeful that it will not take the same path before rehabilitation through business is also recognized. And it's appropriate that this meeting is on Molokai, because the only record I can see or I could find of rehabilitation through businesses through Section 207C1B was the Ho'olehua store back in 1959. So this rehabilitation through business through Section 207C1B was recognized and used by a previous commission. Today, these theater garages, service stations, market stores, and other mercantile establishments, which are supposed to be going to beneficiaries to help them be rehabilitated are now only going to non-beneficiaries. And I hope that this commission sees that this should be changed. I've heard the commissioners talk about the Hawaiians that have been very successful in the federal 8A program. And the federal 8A program is patterned very similarly to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, except it does not, the federal 8A program is not just for Hawaiians. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act is just for Hawaiians, but we do not see this type of opportunities being presented by this commission or by any commission to utilize this section of the Act. As has been demonstrated by the license that was given to Waimana back in '95, it can be very productive, not only for the department, but also for the state. And I attached to my testimony a study that was done about the impact of the Federal Universal Service Fund dollars that were being brought in by San Juan Giles Communications to the tune of $50 to $60 million a year, and the impact that had on the state. Moby, who commissioned that study, was seeking to get into that and actually did get into it. But the difference between a non-beneficiary and a beneficiary business, one difference, is that Moby took their millions and left the state. They did not build any infrastructure with those millions. They just took it and left. And on the other hand, San Juan Giles built $400 million of infrastructure for the department, and it's not going to leave the department or the state. And so I'm hopeful that although for whatever reason the decisions have been made that the department can no longer support 372, that the department and the commission realize that rehabilitation business opportunities can be very, very helpful to solving some of your problems, some of which I heard this morning, like your water systems. There's a lot of federal dollars out there, and I'm glad the department is looking at it now. One of the great problems with the department going after these federal dollars through its programs is that these federal dollars attach to the income stream of the department, whereas the alternative is if the community organization were given the opportunity to access this money and to use it for the same purposes that the department uses it for, there's no attachment to the income stream of the department. And I'm speaking specifically about Nahasda. I've been involved with trying to bring federal dollars into this department for going on 35 years now. I've seen enough of it that I've seen the good and the bad of it. People confuse these things and think that these grants for one-time infusions of money are great. They are, to a degree, but the grants or the programs where you get operating funds are have a much greater impact on the department and the beneficiaries and the state as a whole as far as economic development than the one-time grants for capital improvements. And all of this only comes about if the Hawaiians that are in the position, or the people, especially Hawaiians, that are in the position to provide these opportunities, recognize that these opportunities can be very, very beneficial. I have, in the beginning, with the 8A program, I was asked to see if I could help get it off the ground. And at that time, we have some very distinguished Hawaiian military people, and we had one who was the head of the Army Corps of Engineers. And so that was a great source of federal dollars. But he at the time did not believe that the 8A program should be extended to Hawaiians. He's since changed his mind, but unfortunately, it was after he left the Army Corps. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act provides many opportunities that if the commission and the department would avail themselves of making these opportunities available to beneficiaries to help them rehabilitate through the use of these programs, the department as well as the beneficiaries will benefit. And that's all I wanted to speak about today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Al. Okay, our next testifier, Bo Kahui.
I'm just trying to start my video. Oh, there we go. Aloha, Chairman Watson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Aloha, Chairman Watson, members of the commission, and Makai Freitas, Commissioner Makai Freitas. Thank you for being here. It's late, and I'll try to make this brief. My name is Bo Kahui, and I am the Executive Director for Laiupua Community Development Corporation. We are a licensed 501c3 nonprofit corporation. I'd like to speak to a couple things, specifically to our preschool right of entry. Our application for the preschool was submitted January 2023. In January 2024, just past January, they held a community benefit consultation process regarding the preschool RE and regarding the preschool development. Since then, last month, the commission approved the beneficiary consultation report, and which outlined the discussion that the beneficiaries had during that process. We're still seeking a right of entry. We hope that when you come to May in next month in the commission hearing, that the right of entry, preschool right of entry will be on the agenda. More recently, in fact, as of today, we sent a memo to the Lieutenant Governor's staff regarding the review and a commitment of Act 257 funds from the department, I guess related to the DOE, and the funding that she has undertaken for the development of preschools across the state. And we copied, Mr. Chairman, yourself on that communication. And as you may recall, you and I had a brief conversation at the rails of at the state legislature, wherein I think we sought your support. You were supportive of it, and the email sent to the Lieutenant Governor's office today pretty much outlines your support. So with that said, at the next commission hearing next month in Kona, Laipu CDC would like to invite the commission for a site visit to the preschool at Laipu. So we opened that invitation to the commission, and we'd be glad to entertain that.
Yeah, excuse me, this is Kali. The memo that you're talking about, was that from the Lieutenant Governor committing funds to that particular site? Because I did talk to her and I got a negative.
Yeah, it wasn't specific to that memo, although we were told that she cannot make a commitment to the funding because of the way the funds are. But we've since spoke to Aldrich, the Lieutenant Governor's staff, and that the funds could only be directed to a state agency. And I, in my email today to the Lieutenant Governors, request an interpretation. I copied you on that email, Mr. Chairman, with hopes that the department, as an agency, as a state agency, could encumber those funds, wherein Laiupua could expend those funds for the development of our preschool. So that's the context of the email sent today. Having said that, we would entertain the commission and invite the commission to the site, the preschool site, if time permit, next month. There was some discussion earlier by Glenn Teves and discussion about the Laiupua LITEC issues regarding Village 4. I'm very familiar with that that LITEC project by Ikaika Ohana. And I think the real tragedy between that particular project and the previous, I guess, option to own, rent with option to own in Kapolei, and the success of that program, I think lacked the Ikaika Ohana program, just lacked the details of that particular program. So with respect to the LITEC, I think there's some real good positive details to that project, while at the same time, it lacked some substance specifically related to the issues regarding the water. Now, the water issues regarding the use, the actual consumption, is different than the program that we set out to do source development. So those are two different things. And unfortunately, I think the package, the development agreement with Ikaika Ohana and the department, I think did not vet out the issues related to the the watering of the landscape areas that would have been controlled by the association common areas. There's no division in the common areas between common areas and the owner's landscape area. So we did the water audit for Ikaika Ohana, demonstrated that we could have saved up to 60% of their water usage, and we did for some of the for the first audit. And then since then, the Ikaika did not elect to do the second. So and we raised this because Laiupua CDC have been engaged for years now to develop a water source for our beneficiaries, for the department, so that the department can meet its needs to develop more housing in Kona. And having said Laiupua CDC um, feels that there was a statement earlier about co-management, and we agree with what Mr. Teves said about, maybe the association or CDC should co-manage the water source so we could better operate. Well, we, Laiupua CDC, I think, believe that the department, given its resources and given its staffing and can better manage this particular project. And in fact, we know that the department is prepared, and in fact have reached an agreement with the Gianalis Group for the acquisition of the 29 acres regarding this particular water source development. Now, apples to apples, maybe oranges to oranges. Our water source here in Kona differ from Molokai, the MIS system, and the Molokai irrigation system. It's also differ from Maui and the challenges that Maui has. But we found the property that has a water source, and we've reached the interim agreement with the county for the deliverance of that water source to the housing project, to Laiupua, without having to extend the huge cost to build in the infrastructure. We've reached that agreement early on in this discussion with the Gianalis and the County of Hawaii, and we hope that the department will take that approach, and in which, of course, certain interim discussion regarding the facility fees charge, what it'll cost the department, how much water it has to give the county in order to secure that deal. And so I'll wrap up. I apologize for this extended comment, but we are prepared to also take the commission to the water, the Gianalis property for a site visit. We did so at the very first meeting with the Gianalis group in 2013, I think, or 2012. In any event, we look to get a timeline for the water source development from the staff in the department and the LDD. We look to get discover the acquisition deadline, the deadline for which we know that there is contingent upon the department meeting its EIS study and a 6E completion of the consultation with beneficiaries and so on. Thank you. I know I ran over my time. Apologize.
Okay, Bo, appreciate your comments. Thank you. Okay, the next person, Demant Manaole.
Oh, I'm here. Hold on. I'm trying to get my video. There we go. All right. Hey, aloha mai kako. Demant Kalaya Manaole. For manager Hope Manapono LLC, Native Hawaiian Advocacy Corporation out of Waianae Coast. And hey, good to see you guys over there today. I wish I was in Molokai with you guys. The independent nation of Molokai. I love Molokai. Okay, so the first thing I like cover is I don't know, it's like seem like this idea just goes by everybody's head on a commission. No disrespect to the commission. By the way, just let you guys know, I love this commission. Out of all the commissions we've had in the past, I think the composition of this commission is right on. We got a wide range of personalities and talents that is just makes this commission amazing. So nothing I say is to disparage you guys. I would never think about disparaging you guys. I think everybody on the commission is right on and need to be there right now. With that said, I just want to share that with the Deputy Attorney General present, maybe you guys can ask the Deputy Attorney General what this means. It's a legal term called empowering material. And empowering material, you read statutes together and you get one idea of what's really happening. Section 204 of the Act, specifically Section 204A2, and that specific part of the Act that says, provided further that the department is expressly, authorized to negotiate prior to negotiations with the general public, before the general public negotiations, with us, the disposition of Hawaiian homelands or any improvements thereon to a native Hawaiian or organization or association controlled by native Hawaiians for commercial, industrial, or other business purposes in accordance with the procedures set forth in Chapter 171. Now, I know nobody like to use the word preferential treatment, but the bottom line is this section is pretty clear. Number 2, Section 207. This is the other half of empowered material. Section 207 C1, what L was talking about earlier. I like to refer to C1B. It says theaters, garages, service stations, markets, stores, or other mercantile establishments. Mercantile establishments. That's what I'm focusing on. And in parentheses, it says, all of which shall be owned by Native Hawaiians or organizations formed and controlled by Native Hawaiians. You see those 2 statutes right there? Now, I know you guys, a couple lawyers over there, and you guys believe that your lawyer mind is superior to everybody else's mind, but me, I just some punk kid from Kali who happened to study law while I was in prison. So I'm not one lawyer, and I'm not gonna give you legal advice, but I was going to say this. It is my personal opinion that we're entitled to industrial lands. We're entitled to that. And not only that, bro, long-term leases for our businesses. Well, you guys month-to-month leases, month-to-month permits is just killing our businesses. Now, we're grateful to have month-to-month. I know a couple of companies that grateful right now to stay there. But I'd like to have the commission start to think about moving our businesses, our Native Hawaiian businesses, to long-term general leases. And if you guys gonna put the lease out to bid to some big corporation like Pasha or Interjex or whoever is out there, that the deal, in order for them to get that, part of the deal should be that they sublease to us, Native Hawaiians. Because technically, I think that we the ones supposed to get the general lease and they sublease from us because that's our homelands. But regardless, I think that when you guys talking about putting out these lands out to lease or whatever, part of the deal should be that Native Hawaiians get subleases and sublease at fair market value, not the kind like Pasha 5 times the price. They get 20 cents per square foot, but they're gonna charge the Hawaiian $1.25. That's crazy. That right there is crazy. Okay, my time almost passed, so let me get to the second part. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the light tech. The thing been interesting in my mind because I think even the people that is proponents of light tech has been selling it short. There is a part of the Internal Revenue Code 42, Section 42 of the Internal Revenue Code that is awesome. That is even better than what they're saying. And what that part is that, and you get this from HHFTC in their 2020 book over there on 1.4 compliance period. They're talking about that you can go for another 15 years. It is important for management to understand that such projects are committed to a minimum of 30-year time frame of compliance with the tax credit eligibility requirements. So it's even better than what's been told to the community. So if our people say, well, you know what, we're not going to have enough time in 15 years to pay off the mortgage. Well, in actuality, you get another 15 years. So that's in chapter 42 of the Internal Revenue Code. People should read that and not try to sabotage all this LIHTC opportunities right now because they don't like LIHTC. Now, one thing I appreciate about the commission, very rarely would a minority voice be heard. Very rarely. Usually it's the loudest voices in the room, the most angry or like passionate. That's cool. But when you guys didn't pass that white poly one, that let me know that at least the minority voice, the statistical 1.8% of those that was polled and all that. I hope that in the future we're going to be able to explode all the myths and falsities of this whole thing that's against LIHTC. And I can say this much, that there's more to the story out there. When people say that, oh, the kupuna gonna be able to get one house, they mixing the land and the house. Yeah, the kupuna can get the lot, but can the kupuna qualify for a mortgage? 80-year-old kupuna. Tell me what financial institute, just bring one expert from that institute to the commission to convince the commission that Bank of Hawaii, for example, gonna give one kupuna who's 80 years old, 130-year mortgage. Come on, man. So the bottom line is that LIHTC is a good thing. It's an alternative. Now, me personally, I like live on the land. But who knows, bro? If there's somebody, a kupuna, who wants LIHTC type of living apartments, well, why not leave them open for them? You know what I mean? You're going to force it down their throat. You gotta take the land. You gotta. There's no gotta in anything. You know what I mean? So I wish people would stop hating on this thing. Kali, I gotta tell you something. You and me, we never did sit down, talk story, eat dinner, whatever. And I personally, I don't think you care about me. But one thing I do respect about you, bro, and that's why I was backing you from the very beginning, way back in 2017. You and Kanaka put in Hawaiians in homes. And your shotgun approach here on this commission only exemplifies that. And I gotta tell you, from me to you, I really appreciate that about you, bro. You're the quarterback of this team. And I just hope everybody would get on board and back the quarterback, because if we sack in our own quarterback, we're gonna always lose the game. So right on, you guys stay blessed. Everybody is entitled to their mana'o. Guess what? What I just shared today was my mana'o. Everybody stay blessed, bro. Love you guys, bro. On a real, I'm not gonna tell you I love you guys and not mean it. I don't kiss nobody's ass. I tell everybody straight. If I don't like you, I don't like you. But if I like you, you can bet your bottom dollar I'm gonna go over the bat for you. Aloha no kako. Love you guys. Aloha.
Thank you, Demon. Okay, the next testifier, Kapua Kamai.
Aloha, Commissioners. Mahalo for allowing me to share today. I want to keep it short.
Kapua, can you turn off your whatever live stream you have in the background? It's causing a feedback.
Okay, is that better?
Got it.
I was trying to catch up on earlier stuff. But
and we cannot hear you. Can you talk a little bit louder?
Seems like I'm always coming in loud. I hope that's better. Can you hear me better now, babe?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, mahalo. I'm gonna just keep it short. I was surprised with that change from a vote of no and then a vote of yes. That sort of reminds me what former President Trump has done. You see one thing one way, and then the next thing you know, there's some activities going on in the background that changes it. And sometimes those are good activities that need to occur, and sometimes it just seems to be suspect. I'll put it in the suspect category. I primarily want to speak to the rentals, for which Waiahuli was, and forgive me if I'm missing the name, was about, but it's more about the rentals, whether it be kupuna rental or vertical, 1-2 story condo rental. I think a lot of our people will accept the rentals because for some of them, it's what they want. It's what they need, what they can afford. But that does not reduce our wait list. And so, Kali, I would like to see you reduce the wait list as your primary during this first term, because there is no guarantee that we're going to have that extra $600 million. It seems like there may be surplus and we may have some, but that doesn't seem to remove people from the wait list as much as I had hoped you would do. Again, the rentals are a good thing. I would just hate to see too much rentals. Second to the too much rentals is using the LIHTC and the HUD funding that opens it up to non-beneficiaries that are less than 50%. Today we can have successors receive the properties or the lease, and that's at the 25% level. So that's great, but it would be a very sad day that we should have non-beneficiaries in a Hawaiian homeland funded and on our lands, residential/rental unit, when we have wait listers still waiting. And so that's something that I ask you, commissioners, to take a look at, to make sure that we don't use too much of the beneficiary funds for non-beneficiary use. And I use those words specifically because it's in our act. And the commissioners, I'm sure, are quite aware of the terminology of beneficiary versus Hawaiian versus little n Native Hawaiian, and capital N Native Hawaiian. Let's be specific, the beneficiaries as specified in the act. So please, thank you for your service. Thank you for reading everything that you have to and hearing us month after month. We thank you for your service. Mahalo nui. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've come to the end of this month's agenda. Mahalo nui loa for participating. Mahalo to the Molokai District Office staff. Mahalo to the Kalamaula Homestead Association for providing dinner at last night's community meeting. Mahalo to Commissioner Zachary Helm and his wife Hedda for their hospitality, and for his service to the beneficiary of the Hawaiian Homestead. Next month's meeting will be held on May 20th and 21st, 2024, starting at 9:30 a.m. Courtyard, King Jimmy's Palm Beach Hotel, Ballroom number 1. So we're adjourned. Thank you.